1, cut 1, take 1, action.
Welcome to Sripatum University, Thailand's leading university for the new generation. At Sripatum University, we create professionals by professionals. Sripatum University was established on the 28th of May 1970 by Dr. Suk Pukayapon, who strongly believed that education develops human resources who enrich the nation. The name Sripatum, meaning source of knowledge, blooming like a lotus, was conferred by Her Royal Highness the Princess Mother. A pink royal lotus becomes a symbol of Sripatum University, representing the core values of the university: wisdom, skill, cheerfulness, and morality, which has led the university to become the top private higher education institution, producing excellent graduates with morality, responsibility, as well as professional skills for the industrial sector and society. To provide opportunities for education for all, Sripatum University has expanded to 3 campuses: Bangkok Main Campus, Chonburi Campus, and Sripatum Konkan. Sripatum University Bangkok Campus is located on Phahonyutin Road, near Kasetsat intersection, next to the BTS station. The university offers undergraduate programs, postgraduate programs, and doctoral degree programs. The university consists of 10 schools, 3 colleges, and an international college. School of Law. School of Accountancy guarantees the career success in accounting. School of Architecture develops professional architectural skills with international standard by offering undergraduate and postgraduate programs. School of Engineering. School of Information Technology is offering undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs. School of Digital Media integrates artistic imagination with scientific knowledge. School of Communication Arts provide in-depth theory and practical experiences with modern facilities and equipment. The school offers undergraduate and postgraduate programs. School of Liberal Arts. The school offers undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs. College of Logistics, Sripatum University programs. College of Tourism and Hospitality. Sripatum University offers a bachelor's degree program in Aviation Safety Management. Sripatum International College offers international programs. Come join us and let's move forward together at Sripatum University, Thailand's leading university for the new generation.
Good morning. Welcome to the SPU International Seminar 2023. My name is Kanok Kwan, and I will be your MC for this event. Today, we have an exciting lineup of the speakers and panelists for our session. So before we start, let me welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Virat Latpaitun, Vice President of Sripatum University, to give out an official welcome.
Good morning. Sawadee-krap. Good morning. Deputy Permanent Secretary for Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation of Thailand, honorable speakers and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Sripatum University, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this international seminar on internationalization of higher education in the digital age, under the main theme of future education. Rapid change of technology, together with the growth of globalization, has disruptively brought a big change for the development of the higher education. The world becomes smaller and it's increasingly connected world. The need to set all the learning within global context become ever more important. We have already seen technology advancement have tremendous impact on people's lifestyle with changes in the way of living and learning. The gradual change of the learning style and the increasing demand for the global experience are driving force to development of higher education in the field of internationalization. This is no doubt that the recent pandemic also creates significant disruption to internationalization trends. The increase in the students and scholars seeking opportunity abroad have been addressed. Internationalization also includes new culture awareness, new curriculum opportunities, as well as virtual exchanges and collaboration. It can be said that there are more demand for interaction and collaboration. It can be said that there are more demand of the all participants together, the integration among the people, companies, and governments of different nations. Internationalization become one of the key trends of development of higher education. There are several approaches on how to achieve the best performance in higher education institutions. Technology provides an opportunity for us to re-evaluate and to globalize practice further. Sripatum University is therefore delighted to host this event with very kind support from the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Simeo Lihet, and the university partner, Providence University, Singapore University of Social and Science, University of Technology, Sydney, as well as our partner, Kingsman Hospitality Services. With this, I sincerely thank all the honorable speakers and everyone involved. Welcome you all to this seminar. Thank you. Sawadee-krap.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Dr. Virat, for your inspiring words. Now, it's our time for our first speaker. Associate Professor Dr. Parasit Law Thilapong, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, Thailand. He will talk about the internalization strategy for higher education in the digital era. Please welcome him.
And distinguished guests, ladies and
Good
gentlemen,
morning.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate Sripatum University on its 53rd anniversary. On behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to Sripatum University management team, faculty members, staff, alumni, and students for their contributions in regard to manpower development of Thailand as well as research and development. And I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to address one of very important topics about internationalization strategy for higher education in the digital era. This topic is very interesting, and it has two related keywords in it. The first one is, of course, internationalization. This is regarded as the strategies for many universities nowadays. And the second one is the digital era. This is the circumstances or environment in which all higher education institutes are operating. But the integration of these two keywords, in fact, could be the solution to many academic institutes thriving to excel. Well, let me first talk about challenges that most higher education institutes are facing today. The first one is, of course, many universities are facing financial challenges due to cuts in government funding, decreasing revenue, rising operating costs. I don't need to explain this because all of you know well. The second one is, of course, the rapid evolving technology. This thing transforms higher education. The rapid change in educational technology is revolutionized teachings and assessment in higher education. Continuous advance in digital technologies, social media, and mobile devices are giving learners better access to knowledge and educational content. Global competition. With the rise of online education and the increasing importance of international rankings, universities are facing greater competition from global rivals for top students, excellent faculties, and research funding. Attracting and retaining top faculty members is also critical to maintain the quality and reputation of a university. Many institutions struggle to compete with the industry and other universities for top talent. Also, perceived values of higher education degrees, with the rising tuition costs, graduate job readiness, and the associate debt have diminished the perceived value of higher education degrees. In the US and perhaps in other places, there are also volumes of high-paid jobs. I'm talking about 100Ks annually over. These jobs doesn't require a bachelor degree. And the last one is the big one, is the changing demographics. This definitely has a great impact on all higher education institutes, particularly in Thailand. And let me show you the situation in Thailand. Well, this graph, as you can see, shows the number of births in Thailand for the past 15 years. The decreasing birth rate during the past 5 years has been very alarming indeed. Declining birth rate result in falling enrollment dates. This kind of trend occurs in many countries, especially those in the developed countries, in Europe, in Asia. Meanwhile, the number of populations aged over 60 and 65 years old are also increasing. Thailand, for example, the number of 60 years old population now has reached 20%. By this indicator, Thailand is considered to be a complete age society already. So with all of this change, the newborn and the aging society, the demographic makeup of university students is therefore changing. The university stakeholders must be aware of the situation, and the university business plan should take into consideration the effect of this demographic shift. Well, Thailand has the solution for its own, of course. Higher education institutes are the vital mechanism for development of the country. At this point, as you can see from this slide, Thailand is still in its developing phase. But according to the World Bank classification, Thailand is classified as an upper middle income country. World Bank used gross national income or GNI per capita for classification. In 2021, our GNI per capita was about $8,000 per capita. So it was, Thailand was classified as a lower middle income country since 1985. So we are in the middle income countries range for almost 40 years now. And we are only halfway through, because to become a high income countries, one must have a GNI per capita equal to at least $13,000 per capita. We only 8,000, so we probably a little bit more than halfway through, but still a long way to go. But according to our National Development Plan, Thailand strives to become the developed country in 2037. If we use the World Bank measure, our GNI per capita must grow at least 5% annually and continuously for the next 15 years, which is of course challenging but achievable. Well, to do that, we need to base our economy on a number of things. Two of those will be the value-based economy and creative economy. We declare the BCG or biocircular and green economy as our national agenda. We identify 10 industries as our targets and provide incentives for investors. We develop the Eastern Economic Corridor or EEC, with heavily investment for infrastructure development. It is now underway. The project has attracted a large number of foreign direct investment over the past 5 years. These activities, of course, required a great deal of involvement, both research and human resource development from domestic and overseas academic institutes. In terms of regional, Thailand is a founding member of ASEAN. We are the second largest economy among the 10 members. We're situated in the heart of Southeast Asia. We are the land of smile, as people know, the land of free, and with good food and great hospitality. So as such, Thailand has the right ingredient for the internationalizations that we are talking about. Well, let me talk a little bit about our Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation. This ministry was established on May 2nd, 2019, almost 4 years ago, by combining Ministry of Science and Technologies, Higher Education Commissions, research funds into one roof. MAISY consists of 4 main clusters. The first cluster will be about the policy development and deployment. At the highest, we have the National Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation Policy Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, and of course includes several ministers such as Education, Minister of Education, Minister of Industry, Ministry of Agriculture, Transportation, Health, and so on. The Council is responsible for developing policies, strategies, and plans for the country's manpower development and science, technology, and innovation. The second cluster adopts the policy and directions as well as strategic plans to allocate resource and development budget to the research, to the approved research portfolios, and also to grant research and development budget to science and technology agencies as well as to the universities. The third cluster is mainly from the previous Ministry of Science and Science and Technology. It consists of science and technology agencies such as space-related agencies, nuclear agencies, science and technology infrastructures agencies, and so on. And of course, the fourth cluster consists of higher education institutes. Today, we have a total of 154 universities. 27 of them are autonomous universities, 57 are public university, and 70 private university. Well, under this one roof, we synergize higher education's science, technology, and research development to create innovations in order to transform Thailand into sustainably developed country as well as value-based and creative economies. MESI is responsible for both higher education and science, research, and innovation. This table shows the number of bachelor degrees for 4-year students. If we divided this number by 4, we have approximately 300,000 new students are admitted to the Thai higher education each year for the last 5 years. Well, the number of students echo the demographic change that I just mentioned. So we have to take into consideration the effect. What did MESI do? During the past almost 4 years, we have done a number of things. As you can see from this slide, the minister removed some regulations to accommodate student-centric lifelong learning. The ministry repealed the time limitation rule imposed on all degrees. So no retirement for higher education. It will enable students to open their accounts and give multiple options for entering and leaving colleges or university. This enables multiple exit and multiple entry points during the higher education. The credits will be transferred through seamlessly. We are now also developing a national credit bank system, which is a digital storehouse that contains the information of the credits earned by individual students throughout the learning journey. A mechanism called Higher Education Sandbox that allows higher education institutions to experiment with the new forms of education that address the current needs of the country without having to comply with existing regulations. We promote job ready for graduates. We allocate additional budget to those universities that adopt competency-based learning, experiential learning, where students' learning can take place in the workplace up to 50% of the total residencies. University must have a quality assurance system to ensure the outcome-based education as well. To enable university to maintain and focus its vision and mission, we issue a ministerial order classifying higher education institutes into 5 categories, including Frontier Research Institute, Technology Institute, Area-Based Institute, Religion Institutes, and Spatial Focus Institute. Each category has its own performance indicator. So each university choose a category. We did not choose for them, they have to choose for themselves. Whatever they choose, they have to be relevant and excellent in that category. We introduced 5 additional tracks for academic advancement for faculty professorship. In addition to the traditional track, which required everyone to conduct research and produce publications, now university professor can be promoted to full professors by being excellent and recognizing by peers for your excellence in service providing for your local communities, excellence in teaching, excellence in creating innovations, excellence in promoting religion, excellence in aesthetics and artwork design. Ministry strongly support university transformation. Internationalization is certainly an important part of this process. We provided that it must be done for the right reason and with the right way. This slide shows the number of curriculums associated with each degree. For example, for bachelor degrees, we have about 6,292 curriculums, Thai curriculums, and we have 422 English, international, and bilingual curriculums. In terms of international students, currently we have a total of about 30,000 students from various countries. Majorities of them from China, almost 19,000 students from China. Some of them are from Myanmar, Cambodia, Nepal, United States, Germany, as you can see. But more are welcome. Well, let's talk about internationalization for the right reason. Why do we have to do it? Well, in general, there is an increased need for internationalization, of course. With the world becoming more connected and globalized, there is a growing need for higher education institutions to prepare students to work and live in a diverse and multicultural environment. According to the statistics, the total enrollment of international students in the whole world was only 0.11 million in 1950. The number has reached 1.35 million in 1995 and increased to 2.75 million in 2010. Within less than a decade, the size of international education mobility further doubled to 5.3 million in 2017. In 2020, however, there were over 6.3 million international students, according to UNESCO statistics. But if we are to internationalize ourselves, we must do it for the right reason and with clear objectives. And here are some of the objectives. First one, of course, to improve academic quality. With internationalization, higher institutions are exposed to different practice and may adapt a field's practice, which could help them to improve. Also, these institutions can share their good practice to other higher education institutes in need of improvement and guidance. Higher education institutes can better explore these through strategic partnerships. Internationally oriented students and staff who have been exposed to international standard and practice should inspire their classmates and colleagues to learn and achieve more. When students and staff are exposed to globally competitive educational training, this helps toward building a strong global community. And of course, we do it for potentially increased international student enrollment because we need that. And last, with more opportunities. For students, they are well prepared and well equipped to engage with other people from other countries, and this opens them to more opportunities. For higher education institutes, their staff and their communities, internationalization brings life-changing benefit as it connects them with the global environment. Internationalization upgrade a higher education institutes a way of operating. As the education institutions improve it attracts the brightest of minds and talents from all over the world. This leads to more revenue, not only for the school, but also for the business in the communities they belong to. In the end, internationalizations mold students who are free of any major cultural bias and are locally, globally, and socially conscious and are more active in doing their roles for their benefits in society, whether at home or away. Well, we have initiated a number of projects to assist university in the international efforts. For example, we have ABET, which is accreditation of Thai engineering programs. The ministry are working closely with the Association for Thai Professionals in America and Canada to establish a program to assist Thai engineering schools to have their curriculums accredited by Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology, or ABET, since 2015. This table shows 9 engineering programs from 4 universities that have been accredited. It's already been accredited by ABET in 2022, last year. Currently, this program is in phase 2. In phase 2, we have 15 public and private Thai university, with a total of 32 curriculums participating. We hope that they will be accredited by ABET in the near future. The second project is Asian International Mobility for Students, or AIMS. This is another Macy's initiative that promotes student mobility in Southeast Asia Plus. This will help to increase the flow and exchange of students and contribute to the development of globalized human resource to promote regional collaboration and integration. The selected students will participate in the program for 1 semester and must enroll for 9 credits or 3 subjects, and the credits can be transferred to their home university. The program currently offers 10 study fields, including hospitality and tourism, agriculture, language and culture, international business, food science and technology, engineering, economics, environmental management and science, biodiversity and marine science. Participating countries in AIMS include Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, Japan, and also the Republic of Korea. So about 2,000 inbound and outbound Thai students have benefited from AIMS. The last example would be that of Franco-Thai Mobility Programs, or the PHC Siam, which is a significant project that MESI has implemented with French Embassy in Thailand since 2001. The objectives of the program are to promote mobility between Thai and French researchers, to develop joint projects in research, to establish and maintain strong collaborative networks between Thai and French university and research agencies. The implementation covers conducting or carrying out joint research activities. In addition, the project must include the development of junior researchers, include master, doctoral, and postdoctoral students. The focuses are on a promising Franco-Thai partnership, scientific and technological research in the 10 areas of cooperation, research capacity building, and knowledge transfer. 205 projects has been done since 2001. Now let's talk about the second keyword. What about the digital era? What does it do to internationalizations? Well, the digital era or digitalizations has many benefits for internationalization efforts. For example, it has enabled university to offer online courses and degree programs which can be accessed by students from anywhere in the world. This has increased access to higher education for students who may not have been able to attend university due to financial or geographical barriers. Digitalization has facilitated the recruitment of international students from different parts of the world, leading to a more diverse student body. These diversities enrich the learning experience for all students and helps them prepare them for a globalized workforce. Digitalization has made it easier for university to collaborate with researchers and institutions from different countries. This has led to more global research projects, resulting in insights, discoveries, and innovations. Digitalization has enabled university to reach a wider audience through online marketing and recruitment efforts. This has increased the visibility of the university and helped to build its reputation on a global scale. Digitalization has enabled university to offer virtual exchange programs where students from different countries can interact and learn from each other without having to physically travel. This has allowed university to broaden their international reach and create a more diverse learning environment. Overall, digitalization has had a significant impact on the internationalization efforts of university, enabling them to expand their global reach, increase access to education, and build international partnerships. Well, in conclusions, internationalization is an important strategy given the challenge faced by most universities. The digital era has presented our new opportunities for internationalization in higher education. Digital technology has enabled universities to expand their reach and offer education to students from all over the world, creating a more diverse learning environment. As we move forward, it is important for university to continue to embrace digital technology and leverage it to further their internationalization efforts. By doing so, they can prepare students for a globalized workforce and contribute to the advancement of knowledge on a global scale. We are aligning in a disruptive world. For many universities, the future has arrived ahead of schedule, abruptly, and without invitation. So I would like to conclude by saying that the best way to predict the future is to invent it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Pasit, for that very informative presentation. We will now move on to our panel discussion, and the topic is digitalization on internationalization, driving higher education institutions globalization with digital technologies. Our panelists today come from various parts of the world, and today they will discuss on different perspectives on this topic. And our moderator today is Dr. Warasuang Dongjinda, Director of the Office of Online Education at Sripatum University. Please welcome Dr. Warasuang or Michael.
ครับเสียงผมเข้าไหม Hello Hello, good morning, good day. I hope there is no good night. Welcome to very hot Bangkok, and today it is such a privilege that I have been invited to be moderator of this very meaningful session. Ladies and gentlemen, as Madam MC kindly mentioned that I am Michael. So should you have any questions or comments or your thoughts along the way, Don't forget that you can comment on the social network, and who knows, we could bring up your question and ask the panelists. Before I start, allow me to introduce our lovely panelists. Today, with me, there are three distinguished panelists. Well, I would say we go down under first. We have really distinguished speaker from Australia, Professor, let me say again, Emeritus Professor Shirley Alexander. Professor Alexander is a Professor Emeritus at the University of Technology Sydney, or what we know as UTS, where she was previously Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President for Education and Students for over 10 years, having previously held the position of Director for the Institute of Interactive Media and Learning and Dean for the Faculty of Education. Shirley was a professor of learning technologies, and her long-term research agenda has been on the effective use of technologies in education, including K-12 and higher education. She has been a member of 3 successive national government committees advising on improvements to higher education, teaching and learning. She was the chair of the Digital Education Advisory Group, or DEAG. Her tasks involve providing advice on ways of achieving high-quality contemporary learning outcomes from investment in digital education. She was later awarded the Order of Australia in 2022 for this work. Since stepping down from the DVC role, she has joined the board of the Australian Museum and the GROK Academy. Wow, this is very impressive profile indeed. Don't you agree? Before we invite her to give a presentation, allow me to introduce you now the second panelist. This time we go a little bit up to Professor Lin Feng. Dr. Lin Feng is a senior lecturer at the Teaching and Learning Center, or TLC, of the Singapore University of Social Science. She oversees 2 clusters of professional development workshops focusing on digital learning and teaching adult learners. She also serves as the faculty lead for the text mining and analytics projects. Her research interests span a variety of areas, including computer-supported collaborative learning, epistemic thinking, knowledge building, instructional design, adult learning, and learning analytics. Okay, now we have down under, we go up to Singapore, and the third finalist is this lovely gentleman. Right now he's in Taiwan, but he is from India. Ladies and gentlemen, the third panelist is Dr. Kia Rashikesh Arhas. Dr. Arhas is Assistant Professor for the International Business Administration Program at Providence University. He received his PhD in Technology Management from National Chun-Chiang University, or NCHU, Taichung, Taiwan. His areas of interest and specialization include technology management in the spectrum of marketing management, strategic management, sustainability, and electrical engineering. Dr. Arhas is originally from Pune, India, but living in Taichung for over the past 15 years. He has earned his bachelor's and master's degree in electrical engineering from Pune University, India. He used to work for an American multinational semiconductor equipment manufacturing company in India. His first time to Taiwan was a business trip, and then he fell in love with Taiwan. So do I. Thereafter, he decided to move his life and career to Taiwan. Then after that, he completed his MBA and PhD in technology management area from NCHU in the year 2009 and 2015, respectively. Later, he received Taiwan government's very prestigious Taiwan scholarship for his PhD. After that, he worked for a Taiwanese multinational company, Leon Electronics, as a senior R&D engineer for nearly 3 years. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 very finest and very distinguished panelists. Oh, now I have already introduced each of them to you. Let's now look at the screen. We will give them about 15 to 20 minutes for their presentation. Of course, along the way, if you have comments or thoughts, please type in your social network. And then after that, after the three panelists presented, I will ask them to join the discussion. After the discussion, at the end, I will ask them to please give 1 minute final word. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, right now it is time to listen to our panelists. We start from our Australia perspective. Without further delay, please welcome Emeritus Professor Shirley Alexander. Hello, good day, Professor Alexander.
Hello, hello. Good to see you.
Okay, now stage is yours, so please start. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just put my presentation up. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about, is that okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. So what I'm going to talk about today is the opportunities that I think we have to do a lot more in internationalization of higher education through the opportunities afforded us by a range of technologies. And this is an area, as you heard in the introduction, that I've been working on for a number of years. And there's a saying that I really like to quote by the former president of Harvard, who said, "Things take longer to happen than you think they will, and then they happen faster than you think they could." And that's exactly where I think we're at now. I think we've been talking about the promise of technologies for a very long time, but I think they're about to happen very quickly. And one of the reasons I think we're about to see much faster progress is that we learned a lot during COVID. There was greater acceptance of online learning. So people who once wouldn't entertain the idea of using technologies, but now have a greater acceptance. But we do have a challenge in academic integrity. And if it wasn't hard enough before, the ChatGPT has made that more difficult. The cost of learning has got to come down. We can't keep increasing the cost of education. I see a lot of competition coming from providers that are not traditional. And so that's another challenge. And I think students having experienced the flexibility of online learning during COVID are now asking to keep that flexibility. And so that's another challenge that we have. And our ongoing challenge is what students should be learning and how they should be learning, what I call the content and the form of learning. So I personally interviewed a whole about 50 of our international students who were studying offshore during COVID. And my analysis of those interviews is that what worked well, is that online classes mostly worked quite well. But there were challenges that we need to look at very closely as we expand. So the time zone differences were a challenge in using technology. What was a 9 a.m. class in Sydney may have been a 2 a.m. class elsewhere. So we need to do something about that. Students not turning their cameras on, and I'm sure people in the audience would have experienced that. There seemed to be a lower participation in collaborative learning tasks such as group work. And students talked about the lack of opportunities to build social and other networks, both formal and informal. So they're all things that we need to be taking into account. By and large, students were very positive about the online support. And that was those who knew about it, but then there was a lack of awareness of where to go to for help and making friends. The GISC, which is the Teaching and Learning Organisation in the UK, has just recently released the part 1 of a study that they've done looking at what the experiences of international students during COVID were. And here are some of the findings. The need for a more inclusive approach, that the way international students experience technologies was different from domestic, more diverse support needed, need to integrate the international strategies with the digital strategies and not see them as separate, and more holistic. So all of this means, I think, that we have a number of opportunities for education in this post-COVID world. So I think we should see the greater acceptance of online learning as an opportunity, use of technologies as an opportunity. We can use it to try and decrease the cost of learning. Sorry, I somehow went forward there. There are great opportunities to create partnerships with non-traditional providers. We can provide that increased flexibility that students are asking for. And I do think the content and the form of learning has to change. Because of the time limit today, I'm just going to focus on the 3 areas that I've starred there. And I'm going to start with what and how to learn, what form of learning might take place, and some of the opportunities. So in terms of international education, the possibilities are we can go back to business as usual, where everything is onshore, where students travel to a country and they undertake their learning there. But I think we could do a lot more in terms of hybrid approaches to learning, where they spend some time in a country and they can remain in their own country for some time. And of course, the other is everything happens offshore. So the students don't ever come to the country of the degree that they're studying. So let's look first of all at hybrid learning. And here are just a couple of possibilities. So if we look at year 1, 2, and 3, and they might be doing 4 subjects here, there is an opportunity in the use of technologies for the first year to be offshore. So for students to start their degree in their home country. There are other opportunities to use micro-credentials in each of these 4 squares. So instead of a subject, they might be doing online micro-credentials. And then they come on into the home country for years 2 and 3. Another possibility is that students might travel in year 1, do year 2, and even the first semester of year 3 in their home country or elsewhere, and then they return in year 3. So UTS has already been looking at opportunities like this to have, for example, virtual global short programs where students are able to undertake a program from Australia instead of traveling to China or to Thailand or to somewhere else. So that's just an example of what UTS is already doing in that area. But I talked about partnerships, and this is a partnership. This is a partnership that I've been looking at for some time, and it's a partnership of Arizona State University, and it's a project called 100 Million Learners. The aim is to offer online global education. So this is obviously an example of all offshore. So students from anywhere in the world can take courses in, and they've got them in 40 different languages to learners across the whole globe at no cost. They have a lot of money from donors, and so they're able to offer it at low cost. And I think that's a very interesting example. So this is how it works. The students register, they take a course, they earn badges, they get a certificate, and then they're able to apply for credit at Thunderbird or Arizona State University. So that's just one example of moving it all entirely online. So we're trying to reimagine education after COVID. Now, I talked about opportunities for partnerships and for institutions to undertake the kind of digitization I'm talking about. I don't think any university is wealthy enough to be able to do it all themselves. And so this is a slide from Holland IQ, where they talk about four different strategic choices that an institution needs to make in order to increase their digital capability. So the top left hand is that they can just buy everything in. And of course, that's expensive. Almost everything now is a subscription, so you have to keep paying year after year. And then in the opposite corner is build everything yourself. And that, of course, is very slow. The costs can really blow out there. Or you can partner with a whole range of institutions. So it's worth standing back at looking at this. And they put together this digital education capability framework. And they've got 4 areas here where expertise and technology are needed. So there's a demand and discovery, which is recruiting students, managing enrollments, and so on. Then under the learning design, there's digital content creation, assessment, analytics, and so on. Then there's managing the learning experience, which is synchronous learning, asynchronous student clubs and societies, the kind of networks that students have already told us during COVID that they want more of. And then there's work and lifelong learning, so continuing education, supporting students in applying for jobs, entrepreneurship, internships, and so on. So there are some opportunities for partnerships. So in terms of what UTS is doing in digitising learning, I'm just going to give you a couple of examples of work that we've been doing. One of the most consistent kinds of feedback that we get from students is that they don't get enough feedback on their work. They want a lot more feedback on their assignments and so on. And so a team in my division has been working on academic writing analytics, and there's a link if you'd like to go and take a look at it. And this is the team who have put this together. And it was featured in the EDUCAURS Horizon report last year as being a really good example of the use of technology. And so the way this technology works is that actually developing a capacity to write well means understanding the structure of a piece of writing. So ensuring there's an introduction, there's a compare and contrast, there are references and so on. And so what this tool does is it enables students to submit a piece of writing at any time, and they use the program uses AI to give them immediate feedback. So it was released to all students in May 2020. There's monthly training for academics and for tutors on how they could make best use of it. in their classes. And here's an example of the kind of feedback that students get. So anything in pink means it's background. So this is showing that there's understanding student learning, and then this highlight shows that there is a gap in the literature. The green is saying that it's not really explaining the purpose of the paper well, and so on. And so this kind of feedback for students has been incredibly useful for them, because they're able to submit their piece of writing as often as they need to, until they've got the structure right. Do they have an introduction? Do they have a summary and a conclusion? If have they done a good compare and contrast? Have they referenced everything? And once they're happy with that piece of writing, they can then submit it to their tutor, who is then able to comment on the ideas. I know when I've been marking students' piece of work, it takes up an enormous amount of time, often just to give feedback on the structure of the piece of writing. And so there's just a summary and some links that might be useful to you. It's now open source, so anyone who wants to adopt it can do so. Another kind of tool that is being used is personalized emails to every student in a very large class. So the program keeps track of what the student has been looking at and doing, and whether they've taken quizzes, whether they've responded to posts, and so on. And it sends a weekly email to say, I can see that you haven't yet done the problem set from 2 weeks ago. You're going to be tested on this in another 2 weeks, so you really need to have a look at that. It might be, I see that you got 15 out of 20 in this quiz, and the questions that were incorrect were all about some particular area. Here are some references that you might like to go and revise that work. So it gives students really good feedback. And here's just an example of the different kinds of feedback that the students might get. Retake the quiz, important you understand it. View the screencast made by one of our academics and post your questions. If someone's done really well, congratulations, you've done a great job and achieved a wonderful mark. So they're just a couple of examples, I think, of the way that we can take what we've learned during COVID, and we can really, I think, reimagine education. So I might stop there and take questions.
Wow, that was extremely impressive, really. I really enjoy your presentation. So please allow me to recap some key takeaways from your session. May I share my screen, please? The team. Okay, Professor Alexander, start with, we need to cut the cost. Of course, education must be affordable even more. We need to reimagine education. We know that the students love online education, especially that is world-class lesson learned during the COVID period. But what is next? Then Professor Alexander mentioned about collaborative learning. We need to rethink how we teach globally, how to manage time zones, how can we make sure that students enjoy and turn on the camera. We need to understand that there are differences in terms of digital technologies literacy across the nations. But we also have to understand that online education alone might not be the way. We need to follow maybe UTS example of using hybrid approach. Maybe first year doing micro credentials at home country for the first year, and then travel overseas. For example, first year in Thailand, then the next years in Sydney. She also mentioned about ASU 100 million learners as an example. This is really impressive. Students can learn for free from any part of the world and then earn badges and then go for credential. Well, with this, she mentioned that partnership is important. No one alone can now win. Higher education digital capability. I'm sorry, let me say again. Higher education digital capability framework is very impressive. Based on that framework, we can see clearly that no one can live alone. We need to join hands and help each other. And we also have a big help from AI. We enjoy example from her presentation that AI can help with providing meaningful feedback and also personalized communication. I think we all enjoy her session a lot. I wish we have more time. Professor Alexander, please stay tuned. We will get back to you during the discussion, and also, of course, your 1 minute final word. Okay, from now on, please allow me to move to our second panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, after listening to Australia perspective, right now move up a little bit to Singapore. We will be hearing from Dr. Lin Feng, Senior Lecturer from Singapore University of Social Science. Well, without any further delay, Dr. Feng, the stage is yours, and you have 15 to 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Could you please help me put in a presentation?
Yes.
I upload my slides. Yeah, I cannot click the present. Can you help me? Yeah.
Okay, now I can see your slide.
Wonderful. Yeah,
Wonderful.
wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lin Feng from Singapore University of Social Sciences. My background is actually learning sciences and digital learning, but I also work in the intersects of learning sciences and higher education. So as you may see, the topic today, I'm actually taking a learning perspective to discuss the internationalization of higher education institutions in the digital age. Whenever we talk about globalization, a book always comes to my mind, that is The World is Flat. Maybe many of you have read or heard about it. It's from Thomas Friedman. Because I think flat is a very interesting analogy. It means that technology global communication networks have enabled individuals, businesses, and nations to compete on a level playing field, regardless of their geography and location. So, this book is written in 2005, and now it's almost 20 years later. Our technology has advanced dramatically, and it has even more connected the world, in a more profound way, no matter economically, culturally, or socially. In general, the technology, such as e-commerce, social media, cloud computing, online collaboration learning, has broadened all kinds of possibilities and opportunities. It's the same for higher education. The internet communication technology has enabled more equal learning opportunities and resources. Nowadays, knowledge is more accessible. We have all kinds of online courses and Coursera, MOOC, etc., and open online resources. We even have ChatGPT, which can always provide us intelligent responses to any questions we try to ask. From all of this makes knowledge sharing quite is a commonplace, and also the voice recognition and automated translation technology also enable the greater access for cross-cultural communication and information sharing. In general, technology has accelerated the globalization of higher education. But however, as some of the scholars has noted, make the distinction, globalization is actually different from internationalization. Globalization is something that is happening and it's inevitable, and there's nothing we can stop it. But internationalization is something our university and higher education institutions intend to achieve. By internationalization, I mean the process of integrating international, intercultural, or global dimension into the purpose, functions, and delivery of post-secondary education. This definition is given by Knight, who is is quite famous for internationalization. It could include student mobility, faculty exchange, international research collaboration, internationalization curriculum, or global partnerships. Anyway, there are different approaches to internationalization. You can approach it from policy perspective, you can approach from research perspective. So in my talk today, I'm going to approach, since I'm a learning scientist, so I'm going to approach internationalization of higher education institutions from a learning perspective. That is how students learn in the internationalization of higher education institutions. This will give us some insights about how we want to use digital technology to promote the internationalization of higher education institutions. As we know, many higher education institutions are trying to achieve internationalization, but we should always keep in mind that internationalization is not the end, but the process. Our ultimate goal is really to enhance the quality of education and research and make meaningful contribution to society. And because therefore, how to foster students' learning is always essential in how we're going to approach internationalization of higher education. From the learning perspectives, internationalization could be about provide students with international experiences. In the past, we always send students overseas to have all this international experience. But currently, with the help of technology, we can have some kind of online. We can use online conferencing tool, to facilitate knowledge exchange. And we also have immersive technology as VR, AR, and like, for example, we can give students a virtual field trip to other country without going really abroad. And from the learning perspective, internationalization could also mean to provide international curriculum and to share knowledge across countries. This could usually be achieved by online platform and social media learning management system. And we can also help students to join the global network and collaboration, also through some kind of online conference tool, learning management system, and we also have all kinds of online collaboration tools, etc. In general, knowledge is evolving and will continue to do so. And there's no way we can learn all kinds of technology in order to digitalize the internationalization. However, the pedagogical role of technology is not changing much. Therefore, it's very important to understand the learning assumptions, or we say epistemology, underlying the digitalized internationalization of higher education institutions. Here, I try to propose 3 learning assumptions that could be underlying the students' learning experience of internationalization. This is also well known as 3 metaphors of learning by Pavola. So the first metaphor is knowledge acquisition metaphor. So it emphasizes knowledge as something contained in individual's mind, and learning is seen as knowledge transmission. And so learning is seen as transmit knowledge from one person or one resource to other. It's about knowledge sharing. And then the second metaphor is participation metaphor. It emphasizes learning as situated, and the learners learn through participating in a community of practice. It emphasizes on social interaction and participation. And then the last metaphor is knowledge creation metaphor. It is a rise above from the previous 2 metaphors. It includes both the individual components, individual knowledge, as well as the social interaction components. It treats learners as knowledge creators rather than knowledge receivers. It emphasizes on developing collaborative shared objects and artifacts, and to improve the community knowledge. So how these 3 metaphors learning is related to the internationalization of higher education? Because these 3 metaphors of learning can be used to interpret students' learning experience in the internationalization of higher education. For example, like we can offer online courses, resources. So this could, and to share knowledge across countries. This will be mainly based on knowledge acquisition metaphor. By providing students with international internship to let them to join, the industry overseas, through some kind of online conferencing or immersive technology. This is still belong to the participation metaphor. Students mainly interact and participate. While if we provide students with opportunity to join some international to engage in some kind of project that requires international collaboration and a knowledge building, and this could be achieved, for example, online conferencing or collaboration technology. And this could help students to co-construct ideas and to develop some shared artifacts that can be used to solve some common problem. And this could belongs to the knowledge creation metaphor. This is the more new, this is a more detailed distinction between the three metaphors. It's easier to understand. So for example, for the knowledge acquisition metaphor, it's the role of students is mainly to receive knowledge and then retain the knowledge in the memory. And then the role of technology is mainly to serve as a tool to provide the resource and platform for communication, while the forms of internationalization is mainly for sharing knowledge. And for example, if a university won't merely focusing on, posting their curriculum or to deliver some online courses and share some information so that a different person in a different world can see it. So this belong to the knowledge acquisition metaphor. And the second one is really about the role of students' participation. The role of students is mainly to participate, to interact, and make meaningful discussion. And then the role of technology could be immerse students in a virtual world to participate in an internship, and also serve as a platform for communication that's quite commonplace. And then the forms of internationalization could be international participation through online platform. And then the last one is knowledge creation. The role of students then is to make meaning from various sources of knowledge, to create knowledge artifacts, and to represent understanding and collaboratively improve ideas in the knowledge artifacts. And the role of technology is not just to serve as a communication tool, but also to support creation, improvement, and tracking of knowledge artifacts. And then the forms of internationalization could be international collaboration for solving common problems, create shared solutions or artifacts. Even though I'm not going to say like which one is more superior than the other, but all three kinds of metaphors are needed for our internationalization of higher education institutions. But I want to emphasize a little bit more on the knowledge creation metaphor, because as you know, now it's 21st century and it's a knowledge-based society, and where knowledge creation is pervasive. There's a new demand for higher education institutions, that is to develop students' knowledge creation, knowledge innovation capability for contributing to the new economy. And therefore, it's very important to consider this knowledge creation metaphor while we digitalize our internationalization of higher education. And we should encourage faculty students to work on international projects to address the common problem and co-create problem solutions. Here are some examples, but even though this is not a Singapore perspective, but taking example from around the world. So like Indiana University has a global classroom initiative. So they offer students with international academic experience without them leaving the campus. It's cross-cultural, project-based, and supported by technology. So how it works is that they pair existing courses with parallel courses taught in a foreign university. And then they design projects that require students from both universities to work together so that students can co-construct understanding to address a common problem and co-construct solution to the problem. So this is example, like this is a go beyond the knowledge acquisition, but also to include knowledge creation, where students are required to work together internationally to co-construct something, to co-create some solutions. Some other example is like there's lots of asynchronous discussion platform. This is just example knowledge forum. It can be used to support the international networks. Like students work together students from different countries can work in a common communal space to post their ideas, construct explanations, and to solve the problem that is in common between them, and to come up with a shared understanding. This is another example of collaborative online international learning. It's an educational approach using online technology. It's quite it was coined by SUNY in 2006. It's used to connect students and professors in different countries for collaborative projects and discussion as part of the coursework. So this is their methodology, like the left side is the course A, and a course X is from other country. And not only students work together, but the professors also work together to plan and design the learning. And for students, it's still more project-based and involves lots of discussion. Only in this way, it could allow students to learn not in a knowledge acquisition form, but in a more knowledge creation form. In summary, technology has transformed our higher education landscapes. Knowledge is now more accessible. You know, we have all kinds of online courses, online resources, and even ChatGPT. It makes knowledge sharing a commonplace. So if our higher education institutions, if in the internationalization process, we still remain with knowledge, still remain for the at the knowledge transmission stage for knowledge acquisition, it's not just not enough for the knowledge-based society. We may even be replaced by some of the non-traditional providers. You know, they can also teach online. There's many online platforms. They can even give students a certificate and even degree. So therefore, it's very crucial for higher education institutions to consider knowledge creation metaphor and provide students with the opportunity to collaborate in a global community for creating shared artifacts or solutions to address some common real world problems. I think that's all from me today. Thank you very much.
เปิดไมค์ผม Wow, Dr. Feng, oh, I have to say, I really enjoy your presentation. Wow, I can see that you have a lot to cover based on technological perspective. So please allow me to summarize your part. May I share my screen, please, team? Okay, Dr. Feng started with mentioning about in the world of globalization, technology plays a much stronger part in education. And of course, she mentioned many times that something like AI and immersive technologies help with education. For example, in a global classroom, translation can be done using AI. So it would help with student mobilization and also promote partnerships among institutions or governmental agencies. Technologies also help with curriculum co-development across countries, promotion of shareable contents, and so on. Then she gave a very insightful model, 3 metaphors of learning, which really impressive. But in summary, I think it is all about knowledge acquisition and knowledge management. After that, she also mentioned again about immersive technologies, because it could enhance learning process in many ways, including effective communication, experience learning, collaboration, of course, co-create problem solutions. And then she also mentioned about global classroom. She gave many examples of outstanding global classroom cases. We can see many examples of classroom without boundaries. And of course, with that, collaboration can be promoted. Well, with the help of technology, I think based on her talk, everything is possible, and that is ASEAN perspective from Dr. Feng. So Dr. Feng, thank you so much, but please stay tuned. I will invite our third panelist, and after that we will come back for the discussion, Q&A, and then your 1 minute final word. So thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's now introduce the only gentleman of these 3 panelists, a very handsome Indian-born professor who is now living in Taiwan, Professor Kia Rashikesh Arhas. He will share with us his perspective on Asia level. So Dr. Alhaj, good morning to you. Ni hao. Namaste.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Now,
Okay.
the stage is yours, and you have 15 to 20 minutes, sir.
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
start. Thank you.
Can you see my screen? Or
Not.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
now I can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So, okay. So first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And the thing is that I kind of give you my younger picture. Nowadays, I look old, so I'm not handsome anymore. But let me do my best to present my perspectives for this seminar. So I have a small subtitle that I have chosen for this topic, which is impact of digital technologies on internationalization of higher education. And so let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Rushikesh. You can call me Rush, and I'm from International College, Providence University, Taiwan. Okay, so let me. So I have a few contents. Okay, so first of all, I think I just wanted to point out the location of Taiwan, because sometimes people get confused between Taiwan and Thailand, especially in some countries. So I just wanted to mention that Taiwan's location you can see on the map. Okay, so yeah. So I look at the title of the seminar, and I kind of realize that we have like three important keywords, and they are internationalization, digital technologies, and higher education. So I think we are trying to discuss things which are intersection of these three things. So, and I'll try to like provide my perspective from this perspective. But I just wanted to graphically point out that we have three dimensions in here: internationalization, digital technologies, and higher education. Okay, we all kind of know what are sustainable SDGs goals, but I think we are kind of discussing about goal number 4, quality education, which is also connected to other goals like sustainable cities and communities and others, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So I think this is very important topic for everybody. Okay, so I think internationalization is kind of a very broad topic actually, because different people, different researchers, different experts define internationalization from different perspectives. For example, like in politics, business, entrepreneurship, education, we have different definitions of internationalization. So it is somehow, unfortunately, we don't have a common definition to rely on. I think I have listed a few definitions from the business perspective, business and entrepreneurship perspective down there. So let me not read through that, but I just wanted to mention that for different entities, internationalization could be different. Okay, so I have also listed a few popular definitions of internationalization in higher education. And I think the last one, let me read that for you. This is more broad definition, the process of including a global dimension in all aspects of education. So normally, we kind of stay, as I mentioned earlier, like we have many definitions of internationalization. So sometimes when we talk about that topic, we have different things in the mind. So sometimes it's better to like consider a broader definition. Okay, so I think I just wanted to give some example of ChatGPT, because I think just like yesterday I asked ChatGPT and provide me some definitions for internationalization, and I got a few actually, and from very reputed institutes. Also, so this is kind of an example like how AI engines are kind of working like very good actually. Yeah. So this is another example, like I kind of found definitions for internationalization in higher education context. And I think you can see multiple definitions here. Okay, so I think there are many types of internationalization, and I just wanted to discuss two main types. I think the first type is internationalization abroad, in the sense mobility. So a few years back, like let's say like 10, 20 years back, mobility, actually even today, like mobility is the most prominent type of internationalization. So like students like go abroad, go different like to different countries for their higher education, and they get degree from different countries. Like for example, like I came to Taiwan from India, and like so this is like one of the examples of internationalization abroad, because I came here in person and I have had my education. Now another emerging type is like internationalization at home. So this is like an interesting way. It is a way to provide students with an international experience on their home campus. So you can make your campus international, in fact, actually, and you can help students with that. So they don't have to go abroad. Instead, you try to make your home, your campus international. Yeah, and also like there are some hybrid approaches. So the combination of like first two approaches, like mobility and internationalization at home. Yeah, and I think at Providence University we kind of have we kind of practice this hybrid approach, because we have an international program, international. We are trying to develop like international campus, and also like we send our students abroad for a semester or two. So we try to achieve those different types of internationalization. Yeah, I think we also have like our Office of International Affairs also make some efforts through this like Project Providence. And yeah, so I think like micro courses, micro credits, and some other activities are run under this Providence project, and that helps lots of students. Okay, so I just wanted to mention a few facts about internationalization. Internationalization abroad is more popular than internationalization at home. So and because of that, what happens is only a few students can enjoy the benefits of internationalization, because not everybody can go abroad. So not everybody can be mobile. So I think internationalization at home could be more prominent for education, for the society, because those people who cannot move abroad can have opportunity to learn. Okay, so universities and government policies are still emerging, ad hoc or fragmented. So in some countries, yes, like there are very good policies, but many countries are still emerging when it comes to these policies. And also university policies and their compliance with government policies, lots of issues out there still. Yeah. Mostly internationalization is driven by the rankings. Also, there is like poor alignment between key key educational functions like education, research, and service. So I think we normally discuss about three things, like education or teaching, research, and service, and somehow we still don't have a very strong alignment in that sense. And also increasing commercialization, because many for-profit companies are stepping in higher education business. So I think this is something we have to consider. Okay, so on the other hand, so like I think I tried to mention a few things about internationalization, and like now I'm going to mention a few things about digital technologies. So these are like basically I think most of you have a clear idea what are digital technologies. Like online resources, learning management systems, programs, apps, tools that we use actually for supporting teaching and learning, and mobile learning, learning management systems, AI, or video conferencing, VR, AR, or kind of like gamification, are kind of popular excuse me, digital technologies that we use today. Okay, so yeah, so we kind of have, and because of that, this digital technologies definitely help internationalization, because it can increase the speed of the internationalization. There's lots of research, like like business research indicates that digital technologies can enhance speed of internationalization, and same thing happens in education. So not only the speed, but also it can decrease your transaction costs, information asymmetry. It can help you to improve your relationship management with stakeholders, and you can also be innovative. So there are many advantages of digital technologies in terms of internationalization. Yeah, so like let me go one step further. Like I try to mention a few more words in here, as you can see. So but definitely it could be more details. Actually, I just list a few points here. So you can see internationalization, digital technologies, and higher education in terms of some keywords over there. And we are trying to understand their interplay actually. Yeah. Okay, so let me shed some light on why internationalization is like very important in Asian region, especially in the Far East Asia. I think like many years back, Singapore, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan were the leaders of internationalization in Asia. These countries kind of start internationalization. But I think this is getting very popular, and I think according to some research, I think in Asia will be kind of a popular hub for internationalization in higher education. And of course, like countries like China, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Malaysia have transformed themselves as international higher education destinations, because these countries used to send students abroad in numbers, but now they're kind of receiving students, so they're kind of they're successfully transformed themselves through some policies. Yeah, so definitely. Increasing internationalization has made significant impact on institutes and government policies. Okay, so and like I just wanted to give you an example for that, because Taiwan has its own new southbound policy, in the sense Taiwan kind of focus on the south, the countries located in its south, and so Taiwan kind of strategically developed some policies, not only for like business, but also for, yeah. So you can, in this picture, you can see the southbound countries of Taiwan. And I think not only before 2016, their focus was like more related to business and trade, but now their focus is economic trade, collaboration, resource sharing, talent exchange, and regional connectivity. It's more people-centric rather than business-centric. And I think education is one of the important parts, and this is why there are many implications for the education. Okay, so. Yeah, so and this is why Taiwan kind of improved lots of policies. It used to be one way, but now it is like more kind of two-way. So mutual talent mobility, co-cultivation with regional countries. Okay, so and Taiwan did lots of efforts for that, like offering scholarships, like providing professional training courses, and funding opportunities were provided. So lots of scholars, researchers, students were attracted towards Taiwan. And somehow that was useful for meeting industry needs as well. Okay, so let me go one step further and mention that, because we are doing this all exercise for like one of the goals is like to satisfy industrial needs and also societal needs. And this is why we are doing this all exercise, because ultimately we want some outcome from the students. But the thing is that at the moment, this is something we have to consider, because maybe because the industry is like heading towards industry 4.0. Like we are leading towards like smart factories, autonomous systems, industrial IoTs, and like AI and machine learning things. But are we capable to are we better to support industry 4.0? So maybe education 4.0 is required for supporting industry 4.0 successfully. And in order to have education 4.0, we may need to have a strong support, a strong backup from curriculum 4.0, university 4.0, and faculty 4.0. But I think these things are still emerging at the moment, and I think digital tools will play a very important role in here. But the thing is that the digital tools will keep changing, but somehow, so technology keeps changing very fast, but social acceptance is pretty slow and lethargic sometimes. So this is the gap I think we all have to work on. And at the moment, I'm not pretty sure, but the alignment between these fours is not very clear. Yeah, you can see this is like just an outline of Education 4.0. Yeah. So we are heading towards, we have to be heading towards innovative producing education. Okay, so definitely, I just wanted to mention a few learning models that we kind of practice, and I think synchronous learning, like which is face-to-face learning, interaction, where interaction is very critical. We kind of experience that. We also have like asynchronous learning, where a teacher can create reusable contents and students can study at home at their own pace. We also have I think most of us, we know that what is distance learning, but also the interesting part of this is like blended learning. I think in blended learning, we can mix two approaches together. Like, so teachers can also teach in the class, and also students can have access to digital learning at home. So they can also learn at their own pace. And so combination of that could be a blended learning. So it can be divided into several activities, like pre-class activities, during class activities, after class activities, and different types of tools are available for there. Maybe it is possible to also there are different types of communication tools that can be used for improved learnings. Engagement is also like student engagement is very necessary, especially in the online context. So it is pretty important to have alignment between students, institutions, and teachers' efforts. And so like all three entities should be working together in order to make it successful. Also, like I just wanted to mention a few strategies for planning online classes. I think this SAMR model is very like substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition is kind of very one of the good popular models that can be used for online class context. And you can see like different kinds of tools can be used for different activities. So so I think I don't have to go through the details of that because of the time, but I just wanted to mention that these kind of techniques can be used in online settings. Also, different tools are available for every stage. One more idea is like flipped classroom, also a type of blended learning, and it is very popular approach these days. And so this is kind of a typical class, traditional class situation. You have before class, during class, and after class situation, and you kind of try to flip it through a flipped classroom. So you can traditionally like you can also try to understand this from the Bloom's taxonomy. So like we have higher and lower order thinking skills, and we can flip it through a flipped classroom approach. But I think this approach, like I just like briefly want to mention that. I don't want to go into the details at the moment. Okay, so I just have a few like highlights from my perspective. Like internationalization at home is still growing. Definitely, there is a lag between technology developments and acceptance. So, although like there are like AIs out in the market, but are we able to use AI successfully for our teaching purpose in the international context? Maybe not. So there are some lag between the technology and social acceptance. Digital technologies must be used by higher education institutions, not just for logistical administration, but also for educational instruments for managing learning experience. We definitely need better government and university policies to support internationalization and the digital tools and its applications. Of course, like development of ethical, administrative, and pedagogical policies and plans must be there, and its integration should be there. Otherwise, we cannot successfully implement our technologies well. And higher education institutes must anticipate future and must make necessary plans in advance so that they can control their process. So these are my some references I used. And thank you very much. Actually, I have a little bit more slides. I try to rush it up. I'm very sorry. Maybe I'm very fast, or I couldn't focus on a few points. But I just try to mention my perspective in here. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Arhas. You definitely share outstanding perspective based on Asia level. And I can see that all of our three speakers, they do complement to each other a lot. But based on Professor Arhas' presentation, I can see that three perspectives deriving from his talk: internationalization, digital technologies, and of course, higher education. For the internationalization, he mentioned about mobility, and he gave himself as an example from Indian person moved to Taiwan. Well, it used to be for only few students, but right now, many students can enjoy mobility because of the help of technologies. But with that, we need some kind of revision, let's say government policies, university policies, and so on. But with that, there are also some things that already have high impact on the process of education, including the use of digital technologies. Well, with the technologies, we can, of course, enjoy online learning. We can share the resources. We can utilize LMS. We can utilize immersive technologies such as VR and AR. There are many kind of great applications for any reasons. And of course, all of this would help with internationalization. But for the higher education, we need to rethink. He mentioned about global campus. He mentioned about international higher education institutions. We can now concentrate on how to serve people, not how to serve the process. He also mentioned about ultimate goals. We need to think how to effectively serve the industry and societal needs. And with that, he gave example of education 4.0. And to achieve that, there are three elements combined: curriculum 4.0, faculty 4.0, and of course, university 4.0. And he also mentioned that with that, blended learning is a key of practice. To achieve education 4.0, everybody involved must have effective planning at once. That is very important. So, Dr. Arhas, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, up until now, we have already witnessed three outstanding presentations from our three remarkable panelists from Australia, from Singapore, and of course from Taiwan. Let's now go to the discussion session. With this, let me tell you, there are many people asking questions online and of course offline on site at Sripatum University. Well, let me share you some of the questions they asked. First, it is about digital technology for global communication. How has digital technology enabled university to connect with students and faculty from around the world? What are benefits and challenges? With this, let me go down under. Professor Alexander, hope you're still with me.
Yes.
Would you like to share your thought on this, please?
Yes, well, I think the COVID experience showed us very well that this kind of technology enabled us to still connect with our students and faculty from all around the world. And obviously the benefit for that is that students were able to stay enrolled and undertake their learning from their own home. We put lots of online support resources available, so students were able to read library books online. They were able to speak to a counsellor. They were able to get help and support from our careers service and so on. So that worked really well. The time zones differences were a challenge, and actually getting collaborative learning, which we know is a high quality experience for students, getting that to happen across technology was not, it didn't work as well. So I think we need some new strategies for making that happen, because for many students, it's the people that they meet and the networks they formed that is equally important in terms of their learning. So that's a quick response to that question.
Thank you so much. I totally agree with you that there are opportunities and also challenges that we need to reconsider. So let's now ask Dr. Feng. Professor Feng, since you are in the middle, Australia and Taiwan, you are pretty much the middle person. What is your thought on this? Would you agree with Professor Alexander, or you have anything else to add on, please?
Yeah, definitely. I think that the main communication channel for the university to connect with the universities through the online technology like the Zoom, Team, all kinds of online conference tool. And besides, of course, there are some collaboration tools like learning management system, like Canvas, Blackboard, and then nowadays we have the Miro, Padlet, all kinds of digital tool. So actually, I think the benefits of this online technology is that it's not really just a replacement for face-to-face interaction. And then from the, in our Singapore, in our university experiences, in the first beginning, everyone just hate online communication. I did a pool, and in the first beginning, we host a teacher and learning conversation, and I think among the 200 participants, I think only 10-20% like online teaching. And I continue to do the pool in the university. Gradually, we have more and more people enjoying online teaching because of people gradually realize the affordance of online teaching. It's not just a replacement. You can adopt different kinds of digital tool to have variety kinds of engagement for your students. It could be fun. I mean, it could be more fun even. For me, I really sometimes enjoy online teaching more than the face-to-face. It could be more engaging, more fun even than face-to-face. I just want to say the technology giving us, it can provide us more affordances than purely the traditional face-to-face and paper pencil work. Yeah. Of course, there are challenges. Technology can fail. You always need to have a second plan. The Zoom, because we are using Zoom in our university. It could just sudden stop, and then you just have to have a second plan. For example, you have to write to student email if in case the Zoom fail, then where you should go, and then we probably can continue the session, etc. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, so plan B is always good. Thank you so much, Dr. Feng. So let's now ask the same question. Dr. Arhas, would you share your thought on this, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think there are many benefits that we kind of enjoy from this kind of COVID-19, and I mean, I'm not saying COVID-19, but the online like teaching and learning. So like speed, cost saving are the main kind of benefits we have. Also, we had like opportunities for cross-cultural learning because we kind of know our students in person, but somehow online, things are different. So we kind of learn a few more things about students. Yeah. Also, we kind of use this opportunity to strengthen ties with our international students, and also the international students come close to institutions online. yeah, so these were some benefits, and but also there were some challenges. Like there was a big kind of digital divide within and between countries, and that create kind of challenge because not everybody is like comfortable to use technology. So maybe like teachers pay more efforts to learn how to use maybe Teams or Zoom, but not all students make equal efforts for learning that. Also, like there were some ethical and privacy challenges, concerns we experienced, and also adoption of digital technologies in higher education uh, was also like require systematic institutional and cultural transformations, and we don't have that up to the mark, and that's why we kind of face some challenges because of that.
Oh, I really like when you say transformation because this is truly transformation. My dear panelists, allow me to share with you a special secret. We use AI to monitor your presentations, and this question come from AI. So you can see immediately that the impact of technology plays a big part in the world of globalization and higher education. So how about let's go to second discussion question that also come from AI before we go for real question from audiences. Okay, this question may I ask the gentleman first, Dr. Arhas, based on the digital tools to support international collaboration. What are some examples of successful collaborations that have been enabled by digital technologies? Key factors that have contributed to the success based on your experience and perspective. So, Dr. Alhas, please.
Yeah, so actually, like there are many tools. Like I kind of mentioned in one of my slides that because for different purposes, you kind of use different types of tools. Also, like depending on your teaching method, like if you're, for example, like if you're using a flipped learning technology, flipped learning method, then you can use different tools for different purposes. But we let me just like directly answer your question. So, for example, we have Zoom, Microsoft Teams. These are like general tools we all know about it. But we also have like learning management systems like Moodle and online courses, Blackboards, Jamboards, for example, we can use for our purpose. Also, like we have video technologies, podcasts, ebooks, wikis we can use. Also, sometimes like assessment and feedback technologies can be useful. 3D virtual worlds, simulations, virtual labs, depending on the topic you are teaching. Actually, you can use these tools. Collaborative technologies such as like Google Drives, documents, Etherpads are useful. Video conferencing like WhatsApp, Line are also popular tools for like kind of informal communication. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let me ask Singapore perspective now. Dr. Feng, would you agree with Dr. Arhas based on your experience or anything else you'd like to share, please?
Yeah, and since today we're talking about internationalization, I mean, so I think in my presentation earlier, I gave an example from SUNY. They have an initiative called Collaborative Online International Learning. So this is an educational project that is supported by technology. They really trying to connect people and students and professors from different parts of the university world, and to work on some the learning by working on the project, and really to empower the students to work collaboratively to solve some problems. So I think in order for the collaboration to be successful, definitely the university need to have shared. The two parties need to definitely have shared goals. Either to address a common problem or to a certain kind of goal that they have a shared understanding. And also, of course, they also need to have, it's also important to have complementary expertise. So when you work together, you can learn from each other, and to make the collaboration benefits for both parties. So, and the most importantly, definitely is the effective communication. Without the if the tool is not quite helpful for the effective communication, the collaboration usually cannot work. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I go back to your before summary about Plan B is always important. So thank you for sharing your thought. Now, let me ask Professor Alexander, since you have a lot of experience at national policies level, would you like to share your thoughts on this, please?
So I might just take a slightly different tack here in that it's never the tool or the technology of itself that results in a successful collaboration. It's the ideas about learning, and my fellow speakers have both mentioned this. It's the ideas about learning that underpin the design of a learning experience, and you then look around for the tools that will support that. And the best example I've ever seen was in a subject called Middle East politics. And rather than have the students write essays, what the academic did was try to give them an experience of being engaged in politics. And he had students from Australia, students from the US, and students from the Middle East engaged in this simulation, role play simulation. And the students had to form small groups and take on the role of a person who's prominent in the Middle East, such as Benjamin Netanyahu. And then they used technology to enable a simulation of a world event. And so the academic put forward a scenario of something that was likely to happen. And then the students were able to use these collaborative technologies to advance their character or the role they were playing in this simulation. And I think that's just wonderful. And so it's an example of a successful collaboration.
Wow, very impressive. I never thought that would be possible, let alone saying that Middle East nations. Well, I can see certainly that digital tools will really support international collaborations. And ladies and gentlemen, I think so far we really enjoyed the question from AI. But let me now skip question from AI, go to from a question from the audience. Okay, a gentleman asks, what is your suggestion for developing practicum online class? In this case, let me go to the middle person. Dr. Feng, would you like to share your thoughts on this, please?
Actually, I might not be the best person to start with this because I really don't have experience with developing practical online courses. Most of the courses we develop mainly is really, we do have hands-on, but it's mainly about the integration of theory and practice, that kind of a class. But I do feel that some of the some of the collaboration technology are still helpful for some of the collaboration practicum or could be practicum module. For example, for facilitating my for example, my students' hands-on experiences, I use a lot for Google Doc so that they have a shared common space to work on. And I also use, for example, Padlet for facilitate the discussion. Or for example, in order to solve some problem, they definitely have brainstorm some ideas. They can put all of their brainstorm ideas on Padlet, so that then eventually all the small groups can see the peer groups ideas and all the community ideas are visualized in a common space. And this really facilitated the learning experience. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing your thought, even though you haven't got hand-on experience on this. How about, let me ask the gentleman, since you have very strong technology management background, Dr. Arhas, will you share your thought on this question, please? You have ever done anything on practicum online class development?
Okay. So let me share my view on that. I think let me just roll back a little bit, and I think Professor Alexander mentioned that it's like depending on what experience you want to deliver to students, and accordingly you can find the tools. So first of all, and that is very important philosophy actually. Like what experience we want to deliver to students, and then you can prepare your classes. So, but when you prepare your classes, you have to keep three things in the mind. First is your technological knowledge, then your content knowledge, and your pedagogical knowledge. So you need to know three things. They call it TPACK framework. So anyway, but this is a kind of a framework, and that can be useful for building the foundations for that online thing. And after understanding the needs, you can find out the tools. And I think also depending on the class time. For example, like in Taiwan, our classes are 3 hours long, and 3 hours long are too long actually. So you cannot have one-way classes all the time. Yeah, you cannot. So you have to design the classes. You have to design every hour. How can you accelerate the interaction with students? So you literally have to plan like every 15 minutes what you are going to do and what students will do in that time. And then you find the tools that will support you. So you have to plan your class. Some teachers use a blended learning technology, a blended learning method. So they give some tasks to students at home, but students should be working on that. My experience is that I give some cases to some students to my class, and I tell them, okay, please read the case at home, but they don't read at home. And then when I come to class, it's just it falls apart. So
I see. I definitely understand your point of view. And since you mentioned Professor Alexander, would you like to share any thought on the practicum development courses, please?
Yeah, so I'm just not quite clear what kind of practicum, but if I can just talk generally, there are a lot of wonderful virtual laboratories that have been developed by others. And I think that's an opportunity for a partnership. In science, I've seen some wonderful laboratory virtual labs and so on. In other kinds of areas like nursing, there are simulations of practicums. I haven't seen any in teaching, but again, it's becoming a common theme. What is it that you want students to become capable of doing or saying or being? And therefore, what do we know about how students can develop that capacity? And then looking at what the tools are that might enable that. But there is certainly, if you do a good search, you'll certainly find a lot of existing virtual labs and virtual studios that would help in the practicum.
All right. Thank you so much. I think the audiences really enjoy your answers to this question. I can see that, of course, they would like to ask more. For example, this audience, Hatairat asks, how does globalization affect education? I think we already covered this part during your talk. There are also some questions concerning about how to balance between the level of using technologies and real practical life. So that kind of question is quite abstract, but would you like to share your thought on that question, please? How can balance between utilizing technologies and real life? So Professor Alexander, would you like to start answering that question, please?
So I'll just make sure I've got the question. It's how to get the right balance between the use of technology and real life. Is that the question?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Yes. So I think in terms of our graduates' learning outcomes, we want them to be very competent in both. And so our decision is what works best face-to-face in person and what works best online. So before I retired, I had charge of the design of our campus. We spent $1.5 billion Australian dollars on a new campus. And so I decided that we wouldn't build any standard lecture theatres anymore. They're all collaborative classrooms. So a teacher can't give a lecture even if they wanted to. And the idea is that the students do, if they want to watch a lecture, they do that at home. But when they come onto campus, they're taking that loose collection of ideas and they're engaged in an activity to help them to create meaning from what they've been learning. And so they can learn content using technologies, but then they use the face-to-face time to build those important interpersonal skills, how to work in teams and groups, how to give a presentation, how to manage conflict in a team, all those kinds of things. So that's the way that I look at it.
Oh, thank you so much. I think your answer is in line with Dr. Al has mentioned before about concept of flipped classroom and also, of course, what Dr. Feng covered. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wish we have more time for you since you really give us inside information and experience, but unfortunately the time is very tight. Well, please allow me to now invite you to give 1 minute final word. How about I start with the only gentleman for this panel? Dr. Arhas, would you like to share with us your 1 minute final word, please, sir?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I just have a few final words. I think technology is very important, and technology will be keep improving in the near future. We as a society must be able to use the technology on the right time without having lags. And if we successfully implement the technology on the right time, we can take advantage of the technology successfully. We need to develop policies as well for that. Okay. That's it. Yeah, thank you.
So policy is important.
Yeah.
How about you, Dr. Feng? Would you like to share with us your 1 minute summary or final thought, please?
Yeah, I probably just want to reiterate what I mentioned in my presentation. The main idea is that the technology is inevitable. It's changing a higher education landscape, it's changing the way how people learn, how we work, and especially with nowadays with the new technology, like even the ChatGPT, is really to make the knowledge more accessible to everyone. Is as long as they have tech knowledge. So actually, in order to, I think that this poses the challenges for higher education. If our university remains stay with the knowledge transmission, I mean to transmit knowledge to students, and then we may can be replaced by some other non-traditional providers, and then that's quite challenging. Therefore, it's very important for university to move beyond knowledge transmission to knowledge creation. I mean, not just for research purpose, but also in learning and education. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And now, Professor Alexander, could you share your thought, please?
Sure. So as I said in my presentation, I think we are at a tipping point in terms of international education, that we have so many big opportunities now, and right now is the time to reimagine what learning could be like. And I'm especially keen on internationalization of education. It's important for mankind, but that does mean we have to reimagine education. And I'll finish with one of my favorite quotes, which is that any teacher who can be replaced by technology should be.
Okay, that is a very strong quotation. I hope that we all will never be replaced by any kind of technology.
That's right, because we do it so differently that, yeah.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you agree with me that we learn a lot from these three distinguished panelists. I really wish we have more time, but please stay tuned. We still have afternoon session for you to enjoy. But for now, please join me to give a very big hand to our three distinguished presenters. Okay, this is virtual hand clapping, so I hope everybody doing this with me right now in front of the computer. Well, let me say from bottom of my heart again, for myself, I learned a lot today, and on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you to all of you. Hope to welcome you to Sripatum campus in person in the near future. Thank you so much. ขอบคุณครับ So, ladies and gentlemen, right now it is the end of this panel discussion. Let me hand you back to our lovely Madam MC, อาจารย์ขวัญ So, without any further delay, อาจารย์ขวัญ could you please?
Thank you, our esteemed panelists and moderator, for having such insightful discussion. We now will have a lunch break for an hour. Please be back on time as we have prepared an exciting afternoon session for you all. I'll see you at 1 p.m.
Scene 1, Cut 1, Take 1, Action.
Welcome to Sripatum University, Thailand's leading university for the new generation. At Sripatum University, we create professionals by professionals. Sripatum University was established on the 28th of May 1970 by Dr. Suk Pukayapon, who strongly believed that education develops human resources who enrich the nation. The name Sripatum, meaning source of knowledge, blooming like a lotus, was conferred by Her Royal Highness the Princess Mother. A pink royal lotus becomes a symbol of Sripatum University, representing the core values of the university: wisdom, skill, cheerfulness, and morality, which has led the university to become the top private higher education institution, producing excellent graduates with morality, responsibility, as well as professional skills for the industrial sector and society. To provide opportunities for education for all, Sripatum University has expanded to 3 campuses. Bangkok Main Campus, Chonburi Campus, and Sripatum Konkan. Sripatum University Bangkok campus is located on Phahonyutin Road, near Kasetsat intersection, next to the BTS station. The university offers undergraduate programs, postgraduate programs, and doctoral degree programs. The university consists of 10 schools, 3 colleges, and an international college. School of Law. School of Accountancy guarantees the career success in accounting. School of Architecture develops professional architectural skills with international standard by offering undergraduate and postgraduate programs. School of Engineering. School of Information Technology is offering undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs. School of Digital Media integrates artistic imagination with scientific knowledge. School of Communication Arts provide in-depth theory and practical experiences with modern facilities and equipment. The school offers undergraduate and postgraduate programs. School of Liberal Arts. The school offers undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs. College of Logistics, Sripatum University programs. College of Tourism and Hospitality. Sripatum University offers a bachelor's degree program in Aviation Safety Management. Sripatum International College offers international programs. Come join us and let's move forward together at Sripatum University, Thailand's leading university for the new generation.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoy your lunch break. We will now continue with our afternoon session, starting with our second keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Romyen Gosaikanun, Center Director of CMO RIGHT, Thailand. She will speak on the transformative partnerships for quality education and sustainability. Let us give her a virtual warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Ajahn Kanok Kwan, for your kind introduction. And I would like to start by sending a warm greetings to all of you, wherever you are logging in from Bangkok. And on behalf of CMO RIGHT, I would like to take a small occasion to express a congratulations to Sripatum University auspicious occasion of the 53rd anniversary of your establishment. And in this connection, I would like to also express sincere appreciation for Sripatum University for kindly organizing this event, which is very timely and also relevant to the time. And for CMO RIGHT, I would like to thank Sripatum University for inviting us to be able to share a little bit about what we have done in terms of transformative partnerships. So let me share the PowerPoint first. Okay. Can you see? Okay, so here it is. So what I'm going to do is that I don't think the screen is coming. Hang on. 1 second, please. Okay, there you are. Okay, sorry for technical hiccups. Okay, okay. Oops. Hang on a minute. I don't think it works. Oh, okay, here it comes. Thank you so much, Ajahn Kwan. Okay, so what I'm gonna do with you with this 25 minutes or so is to discuss the transformative partnerships for quality education in the future. So when Vice President Virat approached me, so he was giving me these topics to share with you all. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the regional perspective because CMEO, right, is the intergovernmental organization working in the region as a partner for higher education. So we are going to take the regional perspective in looking at the transformative partnerships. And we would like to share with you what we have done on the regional levels to support the quality education for the future. So what I'm going to do with you is that, you know, when I was approached by Vice President Virat, what I did was that I was doing a quick search on the internet. And what I found is that for the past 5 years or so, there were more than 1 billion sites talking about partnerships itself. And if you look into in more details, you know, you go into the Harvard Business Review, I also saw 25 million hits, you know, that was talking about the partnerships in business. But if you look around us, you know, if you take a little bit of time and look around us, we will see that there are a lot of partnerships that is happening in the world. So most of it would be a products. You probably see like Kentucky Fried Chicken, you know, working collaboratively with Crocs. Xiaomi is working with Line, Friends, you know, Burger King is working with Xbox, coming with the game for the Christmas. BMW is working with Louis Vuitton, and Asawa Mo, who is the designer in Thailand, renowned designer in Thailand, is working with Nanyang sneakers, and Spotify is working with Starbucks. Why am I showing you all this? I think partnership is happening everywhere, especially in the past 3 to 5 years. And interestingly about all these products is that, you know, not just like it surprises you, there's so many cross partnerships, meaning they are working across the industry. Some of them are even not doing something related to each other. But then the important thing is that the rationale why they are doing the partnership is very, very crucial. A lot of times people would say they want to enhance customer experiences. Okay, if we hear this, what do we think about the partnership for education? So I went on the search, and most of us who are working on internationalization, we thought partnership is something that we are very familiar with. It's part of the internationalization strategy. Yes, that might be true. But at the same time, if you dig deeper, you will see the book that was launched 2016, and that was before the outbreak of the COVID-19. Blessingers and Kosa was writing a book on university partnerships for community and school systems development. And the definition that they give, the simplest sense is that partnership refers to a university partnership as a relationship between a university and other groups where partners agree to collaborate in order to advance common interests. So 3 keywords. One is that you want to create a relationship. Second is the partners who agree to collaborate on the common interests. And I would like to also highlight that, you know, in the recent years, there are more emphasis, and you see the example before in the business, that the partnership doesn't limit only to the university partnership, but also other groups as well. The work that they published in University World News went on to say that strategic partnerships are often a part of an institution's broader internationalization strategy. which means that, if you are going to have a successful internationalization strategy, you need to have a strategic partnerships. Now, why do we have to do partnership? Well, if you listen to what is happening to the world, we will be facing with a lot of crises, multiple crises, and at the same time, the mega trends. Actually, in 2013, and this was before COVID-19 outbreak and so on and so forth, there were already PricewaterhouseCoopers who published a work on the megatrends. So the megatrends should be seen as the factors that we have to shift structurally, how we live our life, how it affects how we learn, it affects how we work. So the 5 megatrends then in 2015 that they have identified are including the rapid urbanization. So you have witnessed already as increasing speed of urbanization everywhere in the world. These would affect, obviously, the infrastructure that we have, the facilities that we have, how we live our lives. Second is demographics and social change. This morning, you hear already the Deputy Permanent Secretary of Mahesi, Thailand, who mentioned that, Thailand is entering into the aging society. So if you walk on the street, 1 in 5 person would be the elderly people who are exceeding 60 years old. And the trend is that you would live longer. There was a piece of news coming out a few days ago that in the future, we would be able to reach the age of 100 years old. So the question is, how do we do with that? How do we deal with that? Third is the technological disruptions, and you hear it this morning already. The sessions was dedicated to the discussion of how you can integrate the digital into the learning. But then digitalization and technological disruption is everywhere and is intervening in all ways of life that we are actually carrying today. Fourth is actually the climate change. And the climate change is a big issue. Lots of times people would say we have no planet B, meaning, we have to do something with the climate change. How do we deal with this PM 2.5, which is doesn't respect the border, and the problems is interconnected. This doesn't take into account other issues, for example, like drought and floods that is happening everywhere, and it is interconnected, and it's a multiple crisis that we are facing. Fifth is the globalization 2.0. We see a shift in the emerging countries. We see more of the emerging countries in Asia. It would change the way we actually do our works, where is the engine of growth is going. So all this combined, PricewaterhouseCoopers in 2013 says these are the factors that we have to take into consideration. But at the same time, since the COVID-19 outbreak, health and well-being becomes a big issue. Among all this, we are not just living in something that is linear anymore. We are living in a world that is VUCA, which means it is volatile, it is uncertain, it is complex, and it's ambiguous, meaning we don't really know how things is going to change, how quick it is going to change, but it will be changing, and we are living in the VUCA world. But if you're looking at the mega trends in higher education, last year there was a big conference called the World Higher Education Conference, which was organized every 10 years by the UNESCO, organized by the UNESCO and their partners. And there was a big outcry that, higher education should be the one who is on call to lead the transformation in the society and also in the economy for the sustainable future. So what the higher education sector, as well as UNESCO and their partners have witnessed is that we have no planet B, and we have to do something. We, as a higher education, should lead the transformation. And the 3 transformation that has been demanded for us to lead is the first one, transformative learning. And this morning you hear already from Dr. Shirley Alexander, who said that actually there were lots of things changing in higher education sector. We are not the only sector who is grooming the future workforce, there are also many other agencies and organizations who are also offering the learning. So we are not the monopoly of the learning anymore. We are not the only one who are offering the learning. Secondly, digital or technology is everything, and we have to integrate that into the learning as well. How do we make best use of it without sacrificing the intricacy of the people who are in the learning process? We have to think still about the professional skills. We have to offer the professional skills, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we offer also the soft skill and human skills. We have to prepare the future of the learners. And sometimes, and I would like to quote from the book Future Skills that was published in 2021 by Pertu Polenen. And he is identified himself as the innovator, composer, and futurist. He said in his book, The Future Skills, that some degree would be obsolete in a few years, meaning some degrees would be expired. Some of the skills that you have acquired would be expired. It will be obsolete. So in the future, if you are asking higher education, how would you, the best of you, best capacity, can you actually groom the future workforce so that they stay relevant? Would the degree still an answer? So that was the question. It also means that, how do we actually deal with the lifelong learning? So all these are falling under the category of transformative learning. Second is the knowledge co-creation. So in the past, in the higher learning institution, what you are being recognized is that we are the best for generating knowledge. We are creating knowledge. We do the research. We do the laboratory. We have the breakthrough. We have the innovation. We offer to the world. We published. But no longer it was the case. We see a lot more people who are engaging in a knowledge creation. So we have to ask the question, what is the knowledge? Who is generating the knowledge? And we probably have to work more with others to actually creating the knowledge, especially to address the challenges that we mentioned before about the mega trends. We have the problems that is very complex and interconnected, interrelated, and it's very volatile, is in the VUCA world. So we need to have a knowledge that, a lot of people have to contribute to the co-creation of that. Last but not least is higher education governance and policy. So this was asked a lot, if higher education is demanded to lead the transformation in the society, how should the higher education governance change? What is the financing model? There was even the discussion that we have to change the mindset that the government should be only the one who are supporting the higher education, or we should be questioning about the fact that we thought higher education is an investment and it's the individual investment. We should be asking questions that, would this investment in higher education for a person or for the learner is actually a shared responsibility for us all. If it is the case, should the higher education policy be changed on the national level and international level? So those are the mega trends in higher education that we should be talking about. Now, I would like to share with you, this is the initiatives that we have. So I would like to start it off by telling you a little bit about the initiatives that we have. Last year, more or less around this time, we were organizing with our partners in higher education in the region, namely UNESCO, ASEAN Secretariat, EU Chair, EU delegations in Bangkok, and Civil Rights Head itself. So we are organizing the event called the Contribution of Higher Education Partnership in Southeast Asia towards the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals 2030. So what we frame this event is that we see is that actually higher education has something more to contribute and response to the calls from the society for us to actually lead the transformation in the society and also in the economy. So in this event, what we have tried to do and transform ourselves is that instead of a usual sequence that we invited the policymaker to give the opening speech and follows by, a lot of experts discussing about the topic, we did it other way around. So we flipped it, and we want to make sure that it's being open as much as possible. So what happens is that we invited the students and also alumni to give a talk at the opening, so they can share what their expectation is towards the higher education sector contributing to sustainable development. We invited also other partners, including the philanthropists, the civil society. We invited researchers. We invited environmentalists. We invited policymakers as well, and university leaders to have this discussion. Now, the policy dialogue itself comes towards the end, and we make it a hybrid so that we open the floor for everyone to actually having the inputs of what they think can be a contributions of higher education partnerships for sustainable development. The output of this event was actually feeding into the World Higher Education Conference, which is the paper that we shared with other regions in the world. I'm telling you all of this because we have been thinking very hard of why we have to do the partnership. And the publication that has recently comes out in November 2022, last year, under the Head Foundation publications, themes is partnership in higher education. For us, we see as why we have to do partnership as higher education is no longer and only entities in producing knowledge and graduate employability. So it is not possible for a single field of study, a leading higher education institution, or government, or a regional organization or company alone to resolve the problems in isolation. So the problem is getting more complex, is interconnected. So there's no single entity that can do this alone. So that is the reason why we have to do the partnership. But coming back to ask, what is a transformative partnership? I think it's important to highlight that, for all transformative partnerships, you need to have a shared vision and common interest. And as so far that you have listened to the talk that I have given, you would see that the shared vision is bigger than the institutional benefits. So if we have to deal with a problem that is bigger than us, then the shared vision should be bigger than us. It's the bigger purpose of the shared visions. So that's one. Secondly, in the past, if you do the partnership, you usually ask the question, what is our mutual benefits? I think we have to, apart from asking that question, you probably have to ask, how do we create the maximized impact of the partnership for the society and also for us, for the learners, for the community as well. So I think to have the transformative partnerships, you need to have a shared vision, and shared vision should be something that's bigger than us, bigger than the institutions itself. Secondly, for the transformative partnerships, we have to actually know ourselves very well. We need to have a strategic partners, but in order to have a strategic partners, we have to know ourselves very well, what we are good at, what we can contribute, what are the best of us. I really like the quote that I found in Africa. They said, you were born original, why die a copy? Meaning that we are all different, but with our differences, if we work together, we can synergize our efforts. So it is important that we know ourselves very well, we know our partners very well, and we know how to synergize, for the best benefits and the maximize impact for the society. In transformative partnerships, we have to think about the element of the sustainable partnership as well. But in order to have a sustainable partnership, I think you need to have certain values. And these certain values were inclusiveness, openness, equitable, and mutual respect. Inclusiveness, meaning that, there are so many diverse group of people in the society. We want to make sure that they are having their part contributing into the solutions of what we wanted to resolve. The partnership should also be open, meaning we should be transparent, we should be fair, we should be sharing the resources, the thoughts. so that it can be maximized for the benefits of all. And last but not least, it has to be equitable partnership with mutual respect. In the past, a lot of times when you enter into the partnership, you thought, okay, you are dependent on the scholarship. Therefore, the people who are giving the scholarship may have a better say or much more say or bigger voice than you are. I think that this is no longer the case. If you want to have the sustainable partnership, it has to be equitable and with mutual respect. But at the same time, even when you have all these elements in place, shared vision, you have a strategic partners who are really understand each other and they go for the same impact. You have these values. The partnership needs to also be agile because the things change so quickly. And with the agile partnership, you need also to have the transformative leadership who can lead these partnerships for success. Now, I would like to spend last 5 minutes for giving the example of what we do at the regional level. In 2008, Senior Whitehead has come up with the idea of creating a common space for higher education. During that time, we were thinking that common space would be structured and the mechanisms so that it can facilitate the mobility of the students in this region. So we are looking for the mechanisms, we're looking for the systems, how do we actually understand each other in terms of higher education system and how can we make it more harmonized. Things move on. Now it's fast forward to 2022. We realized that actually some of the things that we thought before, for example, like one credit transfer systems or, the single quality assurance may not be the answer because things need to be more flexible and it needs to have multiple models so to serve different needs. So we redefine the concept of common space. And with that, we are working in partnership with so many organizations, as you can see in this slide. So we are working with the EU Share, ASEAN, EYSD. We are working with ASEF, UNESCO, the Head Foundation, TRSRI, and so on and so forth, including the 11 Southeast Asian governments as well. So for the common space, we want to redefine it. And we redefine it as an inclusive space for collective intelligence in higher education, for sustainable living and learning in Southeast Asia. So in the past, you may be, or we might be thinking that higher education is contributing to sustainable living because it depends on sustainable learning, because it depends on how you learn, how you have the employability. But, as I already showed, the mega trend that has happened, higher education have to do more in supporting the sustainable living and also learning in this region. And we have to move quickly as well because things are changing quickly too. So for common space, this is the shared vision that we have for the region. But then we agree that, knowing the strategic partners, we agree that each institution would work on their mandates contributing to the common space. For example, like Senior Whitehead would work on 3 areas, which has been agreed by the government. So we would work to support the learning for skills, competencies, and credentials. So you would see that we no longer talk about degrees, but we talk about, skills, competencies, and credentials. We talk about futuristic leadership because we believe that, with the leadership who is futuristic can also make a lot of impacts and changes in the region and lead the transformation in higher education. And last is that we want to contribute to the regional collective intelligence. So all this is the knowledge, all this is the assets, and it should be shared for others as well. So we wanted to create the regional collective intelligence. So with that, these are the examples of activities and initiatives that we do. So on the top left is the 16th annual review meeting for the regional mobility programs called AIMS. This project has also been mentioned by the Deputy Permsec this morning. So what we are trying to do is that we are not doing the mobility program for the sake of mobility, but we would like to create multiple modules of mobility programs so that we can test how best we can actually achieve the learning for skills, learning for competencies, and we should discuss the issues about the credentials as well. So the mobility programs can be seen as a testing, as a sandbox for us to learn about how this can be put forward. And we are working in partnership with the 9 governments and also participating universities, which is now accounted for 82 universities. And actually, there are more than already 6,000 students participated in these programs. The second one is the Interregional Symposium. The International Interregional Symposium are organized in partnership with a lot of partners in higher education, as you can see on the background of the picture on the left-hand bottom. You would see here that we would want to work towards the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. So every other year we would come back, policymakers would share with them their views, researchers would also contribute into exchanging the ideas of how best we can achieve the sustainable development. And we do this every other year until 2030, working in partnerships with our colleagues as well in the region. So the picture on the right, on the top and the bottom, is the leadership programs, capacity enhancement programs. We use the collective intelligence as a concept. So we believe that every one of us would have some knowledge to share, some good practices to share. So the first one on the top is the collaboration we have with British Council. And we are working to strengthening the leadership in with gender equity, diversity, and inclusivity. And we know these regions are very different. So 11 countries, university leaders, when they're coming together, they share their good practices, their challenges, and they're exchanging how best they can do this. And with this, we have a support from the 5 UK universities who are coming to help us in this collective intelligence process. On the bottom right is the collaboration we have with the AAD and Osnabrück University of Applied Science. We are working towards Horizon Southeast Asia, pushing the frontier of research and sustainable development. So with this, we wanted to work with leaders in the university in order to create the research ecosystem and collaboration in the region to address the challenges that we have in the region. And this is the example of the opening of the Right-Head Share platform, which would be a collective intelligence extracting all of the knowledge and shared with all of us to support the higher education development. So key takeaways, I think transformative partnership in higher education, or if you call it partnership 2.0, it needs to be something very open with a shared vision, common interest. It needs to be equitable with mutual respect. It needs to be more inclusive, and it should be focusing the learning for all. And for all, it doesn't only mean the learner, because the learner in the system, but we are all the learners. And last but not least, we need to have a transformed leadership for the transformative partnership. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rom Yen, for your inspiring presentation. We will now move on to our panel discussion. So today we will have Mr. Michael Clark, the CEO and founder and co-founder of Kingsman Hospitality, and Mr. Lau Mulder, a senior lecturer of British College, Sripatum University. So without further delay, I would like to invite Mr. Michael Clark to present. Welcome, Mr. Michael.
Hi, Kwan. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I just think I will start going forward. So, yeah, today I'm just going to speak a little bit about my way of thinking, how higher education, internationalization of higher education in the digital age. But I'm going to take it from an aspect. I've been listening to the other panelists today and other people talk about higher education from a university standpoint. Now, my background in general is I'm in the hospitality industry, and trained as a chef in Copenhagen in 2005, where I learned a lot and was a chef for many years. But what I found was I had to learn more in regards to a few aspects. So I took my bachelor's in hospitality management, where I then took an MBA after that in 2015, and then founded Kingsman Hospitality in 2017. Now, why I founded Kingsman Hospitality, of course, because it's in hospitality, was I saw an educational aspect where there was not a lot being done, especially in Southeast Asia and in Thailand in regards to that. Now, in Denmark, where I was trained as a chef, it took me 4 years to train as a chef, and the whole aspect of being trained as a chef was very, very practical. There was a lot of aspects going on in regards to learning from the ground up. And I think that's why today I've got quite a few things to say in regard to partnerships and education. Now, just a little bit about Kingsman and why it links into this is we've done a hybrid of aspects within training, within the hospitality industry. We've compiled everything from an e-learning platform, live training, and audits, strictly specific to hospitality. But what we do is we combine technology, we combine data, role play, on-the-job training into our methodology and curriculum. And why we're seen as leaders in our industry, within training, and why I believe there are aspects of our methodology which I believe hospitality educational centers should take in, is we're not only are we experts in our field, but we take into consideration the dynamics, the trends, and the people of the industry. What I find sometimes within universities, higher education aspects, is it's too academic and there is very little to no practical experience when the student goes out into the real life market. And I believe there should be more aspects in regard to that. I'll give the simple example of a chef. A chef, you can't learn from a book. You've got to be using your hands. You've got to be tasting things. You've got to be in the environment, learning. But simultaneously, you should also be taking on that sort of academic aspect. How do I make the sauces? How do I do these things? There is still the chemistry behind it. There's still a lot of things behind it where you do need that academic. But where you really get to move forward on things is primarily through the practical experiences. So looking at a few aspects here, the first question which we get asked is, how can we support the development of skills for the future of work and ensure that learners are prepared for the changing job market? Now, the first thing you've got to be looking at is what skills are needed, right? It's all great that you built up an amazing curriculum, but if in that curriculum those skills are not met or they're not actually needed in the job market, then why are you training these things? So first, you've got to find out. Again, I will use hospitality as an aspect here, but you've got to identify what skills are needed in the hospitality industry. Communication, soft skills, English language, things like that. And you've got to identify these aspects, and then you build a curriculum based on those skills that are needed. Not the reverse. You don't build a curriculum and then say, okay, I believe these are the skills we need. No, we need to check the job market first. Let the market dictate, then build in those skills. Then you build a curriculum based on those aspects, right? Now, that curriculum has to, I need communication. Well, then let's focus on communication in this aspect and build that into the curriculum as a major aspect. But I have seen curriculums built in the hospitality industry that are looking at things which just make no sense for the hospitality industry. Why do I need to learn these aspects? Things, for example, accounting is important. It's important to understand profit and loss. What's the GOP? What are things like that? But do I need to get into trading and all sorts of futures and things like that because it's needed? No, I would not. So developing that curriculum is great. But then further on to that, you've got to provide access to experts. You have to have people who are teaching things that are relevant within the industry. You need a proper chef, you need proper housekeeper, you need proper people who have learned this from the ground up, who are willing to move along onto this aspect, right, and provide you with this information and knowledge for that market. Now, the job market within hospitality doesn't change. It's not as dynamic as, for, say, a developer, an IT developer, but the market still does change. And you've got to encourage this whole aspect of lifelong learning, which, you know, me being a chef by trade, I still find it interesting to see new recipes, still to see new ways of how you cook and things like that. Now, the last one is you've got to foster an industry academic collaboration. Now, what I bring up here is when I was training as a chef, I got placed out into the market more so than I did in a classroom. So for 10 weeks, I was working as a trainee in a restaurant. And for 2 to 3 weeks after that, I would then go back into the school and then learn. But you need to build that, foster that partnership with the different restaurants, the different hotels, and put them out more in those different real life situations while they're still going to school. So when they do hit the job market, after they finish their education, they are ready. Now, further to that, moving on to the next slide. What challenges can be encountered in developing and maintaining education partnerships, and how can one overcome them? The first one for sure is identifying the right partner. You don't want a partner who's not going to be providing. A lot of partners out there are already looking at this as a cheap labor aspect, but I think this is the wrong way of looking at it. You've got to be building together. You've got to be growing together. You've got to be looking at, okay, you bring these students, for example, to work with me and I develop them for you, but you've got to have this mutual respect for each other. Now, that leads into maintaining that partnership. Right, you've got to have open, clear dialogue with your partners. You've got to be able to talk with them, have a good understanding of what's going on during the whole education. What are they learning? Things like that. Money is, of course, an aspect, right? Things are not necessarily free, but there has got to be an aspect in the whole thing where you're looking at those finances, right? There might be some investment from either side. And I find sometimes that, you know, the restaurants, for example, in Denmark, when I go out and I was training as a chef, I was paid for my time by the restaurant. And I find a lot of internships here just take free labor. Now, at Kingsman, for example, when we bring on an intern who needs to help us or so forth like this, we pay that intern so they have a living as well, and that they can, you know, there's transportation, food, all of these things are maintained within this thing, but also so they get some money each month to feel like they're part of something. And I don't find this free internship, yeah, it's great that I'm learning and so forth, but I feel there needs to be a monetarily aspect behind this as well, and that needs to come through that partnership. You also need to look at the legal and regulatory requirements. I get sometimes, you know, looking at internationalization here, but I can't necessarily bring in interns from abroad. I need to find local educational aspects here where I can use them and get past those regulatory and legal aspects. Furthermore, you've got the cultural and language differences. Now, English is growing here and it's getting better. But you do find that sometimes you need to be more aware of aspects in the culture. Now, again, I come back to my chefing days. A culture in a kitchen, in a hospitality establishment is very, very, very different than a university or a college. And you've got to be able to align yourself within those cultures. And the language also spoken, it might be in those aspects, it was Danish, even if it's English or Thai, but the jargon being used and things like that, you need to be able to build these things up together over time and onboard slowly people into these different places. Now, this one is very interesting for me in regards to the technological change. Now, the first thing you've got to look at is tech in the world right now is developing tremendously. AI technology just alone is changing the whole landscape in aspects. But also for me, what I've started to see is a lot of virtual reality. Now, Google Glasses and so forth are a little bit behind and things like that, but this whole VR, virtual reality, is really coming along. And I've seen some aspects, especially in the cruise lines, where before people start on the cruise lines, they're given a whole virtual reality learning, which I find exceptionally interesting. And I think a lot more of this is going to be in place. Now, plumbers, electricians, things like that, waiters, chefs, so forth, I think this is going to be a very, very big part of the whole thing. Now, to move on to that is then you've got this, in regards to the partnership, you have to continuously evaluate and make sure that you can adapt to the technological changes. Now, AI is becoming a very big thing in the hotel industry as well, especially with bookings and things like that. So you need to also see what technological changes are happening in the market and how you can add those into to the education. Furthermore is, again, it comes back to my first slide, let's see what skills are needed. Now, I heard some of the other panelists talk about that some skills are going to be redundant and so forth, but certain skills within the hospitality industry will never change. Soft skills, empathy, communication, how you deal with customer complaints, how you deal with so forth. But focus on those skills rather than technologies and use the technologies that are coming out to help foster and improve those skills. Now, collaboration with industry should engage, you should have a regular dialogue, be part of some of these bigger groups. The TAT will help, especially within the hospitality aspect, right? But collaborate with the industries, especially as a higher education, talk with them, find out what's going on and so forth. So you understand what trends and needs are needed in the industry. Now, a lot of times within higher education, I see technologies are not necessarily embraced. Also in the hospitality industry, it's a little bit old school in regards to how certain people think and so forth. So you got to embrace these new technologies. It's like the internet with AI. Everyone was weary about the internet when it came out in the late 90s, early 2000s, and they were very skeptical. Now AI is coming out. Now a lot more social media is coming out. A lot of different technologies are coming out. You have to embrace this. It is not going anywhere, especially with the newer generations coming through. Lastly, you've got to invest in professional development. You've got to stay up to date on new technologies, teaching methodologies, to ensure that the partnership remains effective, really, in the long term. But yeah, so that's really my take. I look forward to getting some questions a little bit later on everything. But yeah, primarily specific to hospitality. So thank you, Kwan, and thank you, SPU, for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Clark, for sharing your expertise and your knowledge. Please stay tuned to your Q&A questions. So now I would like to invite Mr. Lau Mulder to present and to share his knowledge.
Thank you, Grant.
So after giving the presentation, we'll proceed to Q&A question.
Thank you, Kwan, for the opportunity and a nice introduction. I hope I do have the skills and the knowledge you want me to share, but I will try my best. Welcome to everybody attending today. I cannot see you all, but I hope you are all there and having a good day listening to these presentations. Well, my name is Lo and I'm from British College at SPU, and it's an honor for me today to have chosen to be speaking here today on a topic that's very important. You cannot ignore the trends that's happening in the world, and you cannot afford to stagnate and stand still. You must follow the trends of what is happening around. So I'm going to share my humble presentation, and then we can take it from there to share a few ideas. Okay, so when I was asked to speak about this, I was thinking about the world, because this is where we're going to collaboration opportunities and the opportunities we have, privileges we have to work with people with high education, high knowledge, high skills, and with the eagerness and the willingness to share that. And that is what the internalization, sharing of knowledge is in collaboration. I like the two speakers before me when they said it is a shared interest, and we want to share that interest with everyone, and that is the magic of education. So in the 21st century, we got interconnected even more than before. I know when I did my undergrad studies, it was online, not online learning, distance learning, where we have to find emails and all those things, and it was going back to the library. And what I've seen, how things have changed in the last 2 years, or shall I say the last 20 years, it is day and night. So we have to stay on par with what the changes is in the environment. The rise of the digital age has made it possible for people from different parts of the world to communicate and to collaborate with each other in real time, breaking down any barriers that's caused by geographical or cultural errors. I've noticed cultural and language barriers was mentioned before, and even me bringing it up shows you the importance of that on this topic. This digital era that has changed so much presents tremendous opportunities for education, particularly higher education, to become more internationalized and collaborative, which will benefit students. So when I'm talking about students, I'm not talking about the students. I'm also talking about us as the lecturers for our continuous professional and lifelong learning as well. Each collaboration we embark on is a learning curve for not only the students, but also with the partners that is involved with them. So as I mentioned before, internationalization of higher education is not a new concept. Universities have been sending students abroad for centuries, and international students' populations have been growing steadily over the past few years, as I've read. This includes students who study physically and also distance learning, as I mentioned before, but the most crucial one in the last 3 years was online learning. There's mixed emotions, and as I tell my students, there's a critical evaluation of whether the online is as effective as it is. Even though it's not, or even though it is, we have to embrace the benefits that it can give to our students. So the digital age has made it possible for universities to collaborate on a larger scale, and that comes in with the offering of joint degrees programs, the sharing of research and knowledge, and the providing of access to a wider range of resources for students. Not only for the students, again, but for me, myself, I've learned a lot through my collaborations, partnerships as well, a way how to teach and a way how to deliver material, as well as to see challenges my partners have experienced, which I can adapt in my classroom. The collaboration is the key to success of internalized higher education. And through these collaborations, universities plays a big role, but not only universities, only qualification providers, people in the industry, and also businesses in the corporate sector who can share their resources and their information to a wide range of programs in our program. This will not only benefit the students themselves, but also promote a more diverse and inclusive learning environment, preparing students for a global workforce and to fostering a cross-cultural understanding and collaboration. The digital age has made it possible for the education to reach far beyond the traditional classroom. Online learning platforms, and these are only a few that I could find, are digital resources that is made available for students to learn from anywhere in the world at any time and at their own pace. This presents the opportunity for universities to reach a wider audience through partnerships and collaborations with these e-learning platforms. Not only is this brought the classroom to the computer screen, but it has changed the delivery, but also the administration and assessments of educational programs to be more digital. Developers and software supplying companies can also then therefore be seen as collaborative partner in the education system because of the digital age that is coming on like this. The challenge that I want to highlight is nothing new to today's speakers, and it is all there. We have spoken about the languages, and especially in Southeast Asia, where there is a lot of countries in a very small geographical space, it is very crucial to remember the language barriers of each different country coming together, bringing their own cultural differences to the classroom, and then also the infrastructure that is a big problem, especially with online. I was glad to do some research previously, and I'm glad that most of the South Asian countries, the developing countries, do have a big development plan in place where governments of these countries are planning more internet connectivity as well as infrastructure on broadband to the rural areas also. This will then include all the students that cannot afford to travel, for which online education is a more feasible option. And by collaborative partnerships and with the help of those governments also, we can then see that education is brought to those people instead of expecting them to take on all those expenses to get to the classroom. I will not disagree, but I agree, though, that it is in the best interest for all of us to adopt a more global mindset and invest in infrastructure and resources to support the internationalization efforts. So all the other speakers have brought in a little bit of academics, and I want to stand still with this one that I even applied to my personal life. And seeing that smart cell phones and computers, it's all referred to as smart technology. I would like to stand still to the old traditional definition of smart, and that is when it comes to the objectives. We know all these. I'm sure we all know about the objectives, but when we see about partnerships, collaborations, as well as digitalization of the way we instruct our education, it also has to be smart. So we look at specific. The first objective we always have is, do we give good quality education to our students? What is our main objectives? Those objectives are normally to deliver the curriculum so that the award can be awarded. Those students cannot learn from something that is not specific to their current curriculum. So the partnerships and the collaborations must be presented in such a way, and the logistics and the detail behind that partnership must keep in mind the objectives that the students will come first. Measurable is very important because those collaboration efforts must be measured. With every strategy in place, there is an evaluation period where the strategy and the plan is measured. This is an ongoing process to see once our objective is not being reached, then it must be measured to see we need to change the strategy or this collaboration is not working. If so, the shared interest must still prevail, and we must see, okay, what can we do to make this more effective for the students, therefore measuring the effectiveness of the partnership and the digital equipment that's being used. To achieve it is a big part of the collaboration. It goes both sides. We must achieve the shared interest. Again, between both partners, they must achieve what their interest is in the collaboration, and so do we. As British College, we need to achieve what we want, and also the students have to achieve their success through what we offer. If we have a collaboration that will make it impossible for our students to achieve what they have to achieve, I won't think that will be a good collaboration for that purpose, but it might be a very, very effective and efficient collaboration elsewhere. The same goes with relevant. The collaborations need to be relevant to to the studies and also to the pathways that the students are embarking on, and also the time bound that goes without saying also. So for me, SMART is all across the board. We need to use smart processes to reach our SMART objectives and also to carry on like that, smartly. So to carry on, give you a little bit of backgrounds of how British College is using partnerships and collaborations to give our diverse and differentiated product to our students. What we offer our students are any students that want to come to Thailand to study, but mainly for Thai students who want to get their qualifications in Thailand. So what we offer is a 3-in-1 program, and we cannot do that and will not be able to do that without our partnerships. So by coming to British College, you can get 3 qualifications in the 3 years or 4 years, depending on how you're going to structure your program. So what we do at British College, we have a partnerships with BTEC Pearson. So we all know Pearson BTEC, and what we do is we dedicate the first 2 years of the program in partnership with Pearson to give the higher national level 4 and level 5 diploma. These diplomas upon a world of opportunities, and they will open the way up for students who want to complete other business degrees all over the world, where those universities can then also give credit for prior learning. That in itself is a partnership in its own, which we want to take the students to a next level. So digitalization-wise, Pearson supplies the necessary online assistance to both instructors and students. And the use of the newly built assessment portal called Pearson Progress is also included in this partnership, where our students can then maintain, administer their assessments, and the teachers and the verification process can also happen on the same system. Also moving, this system was new, and they decided to build this when everything just went online during the pandemic. So the 2-year course will then give a higher national diploma to the students, on which they then can continue. And we have a partnership with Wolverhampton in the UK, where the franchise agreement will allow us at British College to deliver the content, which is undescribed and underwritten by Wolverhampton's curriculum. They accept the BTEC national diploma, so the first 2 years will already be done. So depending on the pathway of the students, the partnership and the collaboration that we have with Wolverhampton will then allow students to study an additional year while in Thailand to get their UK degree from the United Kingdom. We are also currently negotiating with other universities in the UK for similar partnership, because we want to give choice to our students, and also we want to expand our offering also. So in 3 years, it's possible for our students to still stay in Thailand who cannot afford the luxuries of going to the United Kingdom to study there. And in the 3 years, they will get a higher national diploma, which is vocationally based, and also the Wolverhampton bachelor's degree in a business pathway of their own. On top of this, seeing that we are part of Sripatum University, we can also allow students to just take a few more units that is required by the concatenation of SPU to allow them to be awarded a bachelor's degree also at SPU. So this is a way how partnerships work for us, and how we collaborate with different services providers to give students a better education at the end of the day. At British College, we were also forced to divert to online instructions during the pandemic, and that changed how we feel. But at British College, we focus on vocational education, and the more hands-on approach is necessarily what we have. And I personally have noticed that the classroom over a computer comes with a lot of long-term effects, and sometimes not as good as now. I am convinced that the negative effects that might be caused by online learning is only to be visible and evident in the next few years. But I hope it can still be recovered, and we can stop that before it happens. I have read a few studies that have shown that students perform better in a traditional classroom, and this is basically due to the socialization with class friends, practical engagement, and also what was mentioned explicitly was the informal one-on-one conversations between lecturer and students in the corridors, just in the by and by. This is what we want to give the distinct and value to the value to the learning experience of the students, which I think we have lacked over the online system. But I am not discarding that at all. I know that is the way of the future, especially if we want to focus on inclusion for students who want to study but are in rural areas across Southeast Asia which cannot travel, who cannot be mobile, and which we can actually bring to them then. So in vocational education of all, we do business as main, but I think my partner Michael in his kitchens can also know about the digital era that is now developing in training. We've got virtual reality coming in place where you can bring a practical situation to a student. And there's also the new things of simulations where it can make learning and teaching in a vocational setting more possible. The combination of technology and partnership is most valuable in a vocational era because of to be smart in our objectives. What we do at British College, we build partnerships with business also. We teach the basics in the classroom, and then we take our students out to businesses to see how a performance management is being done. We get speakers to see from people in the industry to collaborate with them. How do you do a business plan? How do you draw up a marketing plan? Because we believe the more input the students get practically, it is experiential learning where they can learn by doing, and therefore experiential learning. One of our current partners is the Manpower Personnel Agency in Thailand, which we are creating a good collaboration with. So our students with all the human resource subjects, they can go there and they can see, okay, this is a job description, this is how it's being done. And the friendly people there at Manpower, they normally give their inputs of what they see is valuable in a practice to give that through. Lastly, what we're doing is also the British College Summer Camp, and this is a collaborative masterpiece that we want to offer. So this year, we will take our students to Toyota and Kingfisher Canning Factory and a few more for them to learn in practice while they will be doing a business plan from scratch up to the presentation side. To end the program, we will also do collaboration with some of our partners in Japan, where we will do a trip there and visit a few of their business-related institutions like the stock exchange. We're going to go there to Toyota again and a few other things. And this is where we want to introduce our students to the different cultures, the language barriers, and just that different way of doing things when you deal with people of another country in their country. So I believe the degree of internalization and digitalization can differ from one institution to the other, but we can learn all those differences from the partners we collaborate with. We need to embrace the changes in both our internal and external environment, but in the end, we need to focus on our students' needs, and we need to be smart about it. Thank you very much for listening. I'm looking forward to the questions and answering session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lau Motor, for your enlightening presentation. Now we will proceed to the Q&A session from our audience. So I would like to start with you first, Mr. Lau. As you are an expert and have a lot of experience in vocational education, my question is, would you like to share your perspective on how important is a partnership in vocational education?
Yeah, what I've seen through my experience is partnerships is always good. Partnerships is also a type of team. A team cannot function with only one person. The thing that I'm realizing to talk about the importance of a partnership is what is the need of the student, and will this partnership benefit the student? The more they can benefit the students, the more important it is. On the other hand, I also believe that no institution can stand alone, and it was said by many of the speakers before me. So the partnerships, and especially that's why I love the educational industry, is that we are not shy and we are not selfish with our information. And I'm not talking about trade secrets. I'm talking about this is what we found in our research. This is what we can share with you. And the moment we start to reflect and we start to discuss things between the partnerships, we can use the resources available from them and us, and we can be one big team. At the end, the students will lead the country in the future. They will lead the world in the future. So why not work together and partner up to make the best leaders for tomorrow?
Thank you very much. One more question. What challenges do institutions face when forming partnerships with international organizations? And how can these challenges can be overcome?
There are quite a few challenges because there's no such thing as a perfect process. But I think what I have realized, and I'm speaking out of experience, no research consulted here, but when we go internationally, the geographical area will always be a problem. Now, a lot of people have said that it is not a problem with online meetings and digitalization, but we've got the problem of the time differences. And normally when there's urgent matters, some timings need to be changed because of the area, the differences. Because the UK is still sleeping when I'm starting my first class. So that's not any shade, but that is how we need to adapt. And that can be the challenges when we want to do the partnership effectively. Obviously, and all of us have said, some of the challenges is culture and also languages, but I'm faithful and I believe in English being more elaborated. And I can see it through Southeast Asia, how English becomes more of a medium. But also what we need to understand when we want to go digitalized and we want to offer this, we need to see the challenge of poverty in some of the areas where people with the urge and the drive to study just mainly cannot afford it. So for me, one of the goals for education should be to focus on inclusivity and see, can we use digitalization where the labor intensity inside the university is not that much and include those students without the financial means to include them into transfer. We might not be sure, but one of our successful billionaires of the future might be one of those students who cannot afford a degree at the moment.
That's very insightful. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to turn to Mr. Michael Clark. The question from the audience is, in your opinion, what's the most important factor in creating a successful education partnership? Is it technology, funding, shared values, or something else?
Okay, so here, this again, there's a lot to be discussed here, but when you build up a partnership, the first thing you've got to have a common goal. So shared values, in my eyes, is definitely something you've got to be looking at in regard to that the partnership's based on the same vision, which we heard from many speakers before. But I go down a little bit more realistic route and say money is always part to play in everything. Why do people get these educations? Of course, it's to grow, it's to develop, but we live in a capitalist society where money drives a lot of aspects here. So for me, money will always play a part. I know there's the beauty of academia saying, oh, but you should learn all life, but a lot of it comes down to money, unfortunately, at the end of the day. So funding for me definitely comes in part there. Now, how much resource-wise and things like that, I wouldn't know what to say in regards to those sorts of partnerships with higher education. But at the end of the day, you've got to take care of the students and who's coming through. And if they find some incentive beyond personal development, that intrinsic aspect, but they find an extrinsic motivation, yeah, I would definitely put money there as well in funding.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Very insightful. So,
Thank you.
Unfortunately, now that's all the time we have for today. So I would like to thank both of our panelists for coming today. And now we have come to the end of our program. I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Virat Lertpaitunpan to deliver the closing remark. Welcome, Dr. Virat. All right, Dr. Virat is not here yet. So we would like to have the discussion Or if there's any question, you could also type in the chat box to ask our panelists. Anyone has any questions? Any questions to Mr. Lau? Okay. The question is, do you evaluate the impact of partnership program?
Shall I answer that? Yes, this comes in with my overall objectives of being smart. You have to measure. And how do you measure? How do you evaluate without measure? Thank you, is it Mena? Thank you for your question. So to evaluate a partnership is just like a friendship. You have to evaluate your friendship and see, is this making me a better person? Do I get what I want out of this friendship, or is it destructive? So this is also what happens in a partnership. What we do, we take that partnership and we say, is this constructive to our students, to our goals internally, and also to our processes that we have? Once it becomes destructive, we must evaluate and reevaluate to see what's going to happen in future. But it's very important to measure all the time by evaluating, because sometimes there's new parameters and new things that come to cross as digitalization, as the environment changes. So we also need to evaluate to see if changes in our partnerships is necessary.
Okay, one more question from the offline audience. What are the current trends in vocational education, and how do partnerships play a role?
Oh, the current trends, there are so many, it's hard to keep up with it. But one of the most recent ones that I was actually researching the other day was that of virtual reality. In vocational, where we want to put the student in the working place without all the theories and knowledge, and virtual reality is what's happening. There's a hospital in America which are using augmented reality and virtual reality with that digitalization to actually teach the surgeons to work on. So in vocational, that is the recent trends. Partnerships we cannot confuse. So that is all happening. Sorry, in the second part of the question.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, and would you mind to share some thoughts on your presentation or giving a wrap up?
I see, is it Jobert? I see your question.
There's another question.
How would we be able to enhance the academic competency of some countries which are technologically challenged? Oh, if you know that question, please come forward if you know that answer. That is something academics and educators who's really got the passion of education, that is really a question that we all find very, very sincere and serious, and we don't have the answer. I do agree with you that some countries are technology challenged not only by poverty and not having access to internet and also to computer equipment, but they are also challenged in how to use that. So there will be a lot of skills training, and it should start with lower education already to use the various things to bring that and to enable those competencies for those students to use the computers, to use the internet as well. And the competencies is a very crucial part, and the technology challenge is a main issue. But as I've mentioned in my presentation, the Philippines and Malaysia is quite okay, but Indonesia, even Cambodia, their governments have come to the party, and there is short-term plans in the next 5 years where internet and broadband capabilities is planned to be set out to rural areas also. So the technology challenge part, hope we can solve it, because everything is turning technologically wise. So we cannot let it go still. We need to take it to the people out there. And I think the governments in Southeast Asia are doing a very good job in planning that. Thank you, Jobert.
Next question. How will you promote and engage learners in interactive learning using technology?
Kwan, you never said the questions will be easy, will be difficult. But I understand the questions. Thank you, Darwin, for that. Luckily today, it's very different than a few years ago, where it was a new thing for students to learn via technology and also to learn. But nowadays, today, they can send WhatsApps and look at a TikTok video before they even know how to eat durian. But jokes aside, it's easy for students to use technology. I think the problem comes in, we must get them to do their studies on the technology. The research availability is there. We must just get them motivated to do that. By promoting that is by actually allowing assignments to be done online, giving them resources to do so that they can use those resources, interactive communication with businesses as well as their partners and students with them in the class, so that they can be interactive. My first choice is still a classroom where we don't have any problems of technology failing, but that is phasing out, and we must embrace it. So I think one of the major part is also to get the teacher engaged in interactive learning so that he can be willing to teach that to his students. I hope that answers your questions, Darwin.
Any other questions? If you have any questions, please type in the chat box. I guess there's no questions. So, Mr. Lau, would you mind to give your experience? Oh, there comes the questions.
No problem.
Could you share the questions on the screen, please?
Thank you very much.
A lot. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, when we are waiting for the question, okay, there comes the question.
How would we be able to enhance the academic competency of some countries? We answered that one for Jobert. Thank you very much. Very interesting seminar. You're welcome. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Lau, as you teach at British College, I would like you to share what's your most favorite subject?
Human resources.
Human resources.
I love people. My undergrad was a commerce degree in human resource management. And after that, I did postgraduate studies in business management, where my majors were also humanities subjects also. So I just love to see people develop. And now I love to teach people how to develop them in the workplace. The field of human resources has expanded so much. So with recruitment and training and development and performance management being only small sections of what we offer in the human resource module, we now have the development of teams and organizations in the workplace as a module. And we also have leadership and management, where we teach people how to motivate people. And those are the more industrial psychological part, which our students, they don't learn how to do it in practice. They can also apply it in their personal life. Just recently, I've been dealing with my students how perceptions and personality can change everything, not even in your own life, but even in the workplace. You might see something as one thing, but the person is actually intending something totally different. So how do we see if we can change those perceptions, not to be so suspicious of everyone, because then we can create a good environment at home or at work, and nothing is better to perform in than a good environment. So any people related study is my favorite one.
Yes, I can see that you are very passionate in talking about this subject.
You told me I must be.
Right. So, what do you think human resource can help to enhance the partnerships in education? How do you think human resource can help the partnership in education to be more successful?
Human resource management is a business function, and also a partnership is also a partnership agreement. It's a business agreement. We are there to, at the end of the day, to be a business, to get money in and to pay our employees. But I think the people in the partnerships are also people. So if we can treat human people with respect, and we know how to be high performance working with good ideas of partnerships, the values, the ethical considerations, then I think it's not a human resource issue, it's a humanity issue.
I see. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Laumarder, for staying with us this long. And now it's time to close this program. And I would like to invite Dr. Virat to give us the closing remarks. Welcome, Dr. Virat.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for all the speakers. Today is one of the good informative day for us. We got a lot of information internationally. There are many ideas from the many countries in the many category, and start from the Australian perspective, ASEAN perspective, and the whole Asia perspective in the morning. And then in the afternoon session, we got the idea from British side, Australian side, all involved with the internationalization, the importance of the internationalization. As we mentioned in the morning, that nowadays we cannot live alone. With the new way of living, new way of learning, it's kind of opportunity for everyone. If we can connect to each other and collaborate, bring the good thing together, we can elevate the higher education as a whole globally, not only in any particular country, but as a whole. Thank you very much for all the speakers and of course all the participants who attend this seminar, and hope you have some good information for you to develop or to think further in your country. Thank you very much.
Closing remarks. On behalf of Sripatum University, I would like to express our gratitude to all the audience and the panelists and also the speakers for coming today. And before closing the program, I would like to invite all the participants to complete your online evaluation. And you also can watch the live online later. Thank you very much.